Hello and welcome back to Week in Review with the one and only Doooovid. I'm your host, Jed. Thank you so much for joining us here this evening. What a month on this 29th day of January. Joined here this evening by my co-host, Doooovid. Over to you for the introduction. Thanks again for being here with us today.
Okay, great. Good to be back. So we're just opening up a bottle of cola. So hopefully I have some good stuff prepared this week. I actually didn't prepare that much. I'm still doing a lot of research, so it's tough to chart my progress, because the research a lot of times just informs me of how much more research needs to be done. So let's get straight to it. So I have not so many links this week. I just prepared to have something to say on thermodynamics and energy. What we were talking last week about Descartes, and so I have a little stuff on that. So let me start. Lecture, college level, on theories of mind, the mind and consciousness, talking about the major theories, dualism, monism, basic slides. I might need to start making some slides if I try to start streaming more. And the second lecture on materialism.
It can be really fun to do little teaching sessions.
And then monism also. So these are pretty good introductory lectures. And if anyone wants to check that out, also a lot on emergence. And emergence is an important topic because, say, if the mind emerges from the material, then what would be the mechanism that the mind would be able to control the physical? And if that is the case, what's the difference between that and dualism? And we talked quite a bit last week about monism and what I was calling the atomistic monism and the Etherian monism. So we might return to that, but we're going to talk more about energy and just the rules of science and the history of the what I call the Descartes materialistic mathematization laws of physics. So here's just random. Monad is used in category theory, and if anyone wants to look into it, it's actually somewhat complicated mathematics. And here's a series of lectures, short lectures on monads and category theory. And just to read right here, in category theory, a branch of mathematics, a monad is a monoid in the category of endofunctions. And an endofunction is a functor, is a mapping between categories. Functors were first considered in algebraic topology, where algebraic objects are associated to topological spaces, and maps between those algebraic objects are associated to continuous maps between them. And so it's unclear exactly if there's any real connection between the current use of the word monad and there's also monad in linear algebra that just means a three-term complex, which I guess is the basic of the Platonic monism, or the pre-Platonic, the Ionian Greek monad, which just means that one derives to two, and if it's atomistic monad, usually referring to a fundamental particle that has two aspects, one of mind, one of material. So in that sense, the category theory.
I don't know about a particle. maybe an indivisible concept, but not a particle. Like, not a particle in the sense it's not small.
Well, I'm referring to the Ionian Greek understanding that is somewhat paired together with Democritus, and so like a pre-materialistic understanding of particle, just referring to the fundamental smallest source where bigger things are built up upon.
Yeah, and that was never the view. It was always a top-down ontology.
Yeah,
Even the Big Bang is a universe-sized atom, which is top-down because it's from the universe down. So the bottom-up idea is quite recent.
No, the bottom-up idea is the
Go ahead and
original
find
thing.
me a citation. Go ahead and find me a citation.
Well, it's the original Ionians with
Right.
the various the Pythagoreans were dualists, but there were other schools, Democritus and other pre-Socratics that had monistic theories, and it says it's unclear because they wrote it in terms of poetry usually, and the record is not that clear, but to what the original ancient Greek meant by monads. But you're saying the mathematical classifiers today of there's also monads is a term used in programming, and it comes from this original conception of a monad, you mean 1 to 3, usually like in the linear algebra where it's 3-part, where you have 1 that gives rise to 2, which is the essential concept of the monad in terms of material and spiritual realms, that there's one common precursor that gives rise to both the material and spiritual. So in that sense, monad and category theory, programming, and linear algebra has some linguistic root to the same understanding of the word, but really has nothing to do with what we talk about when we talk about the monad. And even
Yeah. I mean, the
if you
modern
look,
day category theory stuff is pretty incomprehensible to me, unfortunately.
yeah, so we might look more into that. I'm doing a little bit more research in the ancient Greeks and Leibniz and Russell. And actually, I prepared a song today that is
That's great. You haven't been doing your opener songs for a while, so glad
this
to see you're going back to it. I didn't
this
want to
song.
pressure you or anything, but I know the audience likes it.
So I'll get to it in a minute, but people know the song "Memory" from Andrew Lloyd Webber, the Cats. Does that song sound familiar to you?
Uh,
The play Cats.
um,
Memory, all alone in the moonlight. I can smile at the old. I'll sing it later, but it's probably the most famous song from a musical period. Barbara Streisand sings a version of it that is her most famous song, and Andrew Lloyd Webber has more popular songs like Phantom of the Opera, various, but it's one of his most popular songs, and it's loosely connected to Bertrand Russell. So I got the song came into my head because I was researching monadology or monism, and Bertrand Russell is probably your most modern version, respected version of a dual aspect autonomous monist panpsychist. And so if anyone in the
Bertrand
chat,
Russell is an analytic philosopher. It's about as far from a monist as you can get. We can talk about that later, but
Bertrand Russell is probably the most famous monist in the last
right,
century.
sure. According to who?
I mean, just look it up. That he's a monist, a panpsychist.
Yet, ironically, he's known for his contributions to analytical logic that itself contradicts panpsychism at the logical level. Doesn't matter, let's keep going.
Yeah, so I'll make the connection if anyone in the chat, and before I get to that, knows the connection between T.S. Eliot and the words Andrew Lloyd Webber's memory is based on a poem by T.S. Eliot, and if anyone knows the connection between T.S. Eliot and Bertrand Russell, get to that in a minute. So big news still in America, like the Ticketmaster um, Ticketmaster Taylor Swift fiasco. And as I mentioned the last time, that it's basically a form of good cop, bad cop, because the reason why tickets are so expensive is largely due to Taylor Swift's desire to make as much money as possible from her tour. Um, so there is a monopoly, but like Ticketmaster charges fees, and it possibly increases the ticket price a certain extent. But the majority of the reason why Taylor Swift's tickets are so expensive is not the fault of Ticketmaster. It's really her and her desire to maximize the amount of profit from the show. However, it's a good cop, bad cop type deal where Ticketmaster basically plays the bad guy. And the reason why Ticketmaster plays the bad guy is because if Taylor Swift is viewed by the public as kind of like a greedy um, capitalist that just wants to milk as much money as possible out of her fans, then it'll be counterproductive in terms of her profiteering. So the role of milking as much money out of the fans is outsourced to Ticketmaster. And Ticketmaster makes a certain amount of money off of it, but you're saying that the majority of the money is actually going to her and her business partners that got for even includes George Soros. That ironically George Soros is one of the owners of Taylor Swift and other things that we covered in the last few weeks. But the CNBC goes from the angle of just blaming Ticketmaster. Taylor Swift is kind of portrayed as innocent in all of this in the CNBC um, version of it, and largely due to the big business aspect of it, because it's big business. A lot of people are profiteering off of it, and the profiteering off of it necessitates basically the maintenance of a false good reputation of the star. And that's how you have the good cop, bad cop deal in the Ticketmaster fiasco. But that's one of the big deals. Like even Congress and the Senate, making hearings. The president is making statements. You have to save Ticketmaster. You have to save Taylor Swift from the bad, evil capitalism of Ticketmaster and the monopoly. When the reality is that probably Taylor Swift is actually more on the side of the vulture capitalist than actually Ticketmaster. But you say that the role that Ticketmaster makes a lot of money, and the role that they play is the bad cop. So you could see in these stories where Ticketmaster, is getting that bad cop role, and it's still going on because tickets are still being sold, and the concert tour probably won't start for another few months. So as now, where people are still buying the tickets, they need to keep a reputation pure, and in order to do that, um, Ticketmaster will play the bad cop. And I say that I kind of put it to pimping, in the sense like of the pimp and prostitute, good cop, bad cop, because or it doesn't have to be just stripper and security guard type relationship, where the money that the stripper makes is in relationship to the aura toward the customer, that she really might like them, that she's not just trying to get their money. And so the money extraction is outsourced to a third party, and the third party you'd be like, oh, she would really like me, but just this evil ticket master that wants me to pay as much as possible. Taylor Swift, she would let everyone go to the concert for free if it was up to her. Um, so in the same relationship, like God forbid. So it just interesting is still one of the major stories. So this was this week's New York Times, and it was a big sick Willie. It was probably one of the big stories this week in the op-eds in the New York Times, and it was based off of an African American woman making fun of a woman dyeing her hair, and the woman who dyes her hair uses the expression natural blonde. So now she's dark haired, but she says like, no, no, I'm a natural blonde because when she was young, she had blonde hair. So like there was some sort of difference between, let's say, um, someone who didn't have blonde hair when they were young and dyes their hair blonde versus someone who had blonde hair when they were young and dyes it as they get older. And this author, an African American woman, is talking like, what does blonde mean? And she said blonde is really um, a social placeholder for white privilege. That the design that this statement like, oh, I'm a natural blonde. Okay. It's also interesting. There's a lot of comments in that there's actually not much good understanding for the blonde phenomenon at all, and it's related to blue eyes. There's crossover between the genetics between blue eyes and blonde hair, but they're largely independent genes. That I think there's like about 200 genes that code for light color eyes and another 200 genes for light color hair, and most of them are independent, but a handful of them are similar. The only biological understanding to blonde hair and blue eyes is related to vitamin D. It's the only related physical um, connection to blonde hair that's been scientifically tested. I mentioned last week the guy who was on Edward Dutton, and he was talking about basically like this hypothetical um, attraction to blonde hair, possibly as sexual selection, and then possibly in terms of care for the youth. So this question of why would there be a phenomenon that people have lighter hair where they're young and it turns darker when they get older? And I'm not sure if you had any thoughts on that or knowledge on it, or if you know any of the theories. And from what I understand, vitamin D is actually the only biological theory. And so usually most people theorize around sex selection. So in the New York Times article, there were
One thing
two.
that comes to mind is when a baby's born, there's a tendency to resemble the father more, and then as they grow up, resemble the mother more. So I guess I need to look at the data more closely to understand where it links up. Like, what are you saying? It's some sort of like
I mean,
activated by the amount of sun or something.
yeah, there's some sort of um, relation between sunlight and vitamin D um, processing, chemical processing of vitamin D that's based on sunlight and lighter features in the north. So I'll tell you, here's a chart of percentages of blonde hair worldwide. I've shown in the past uh, charts of blue eyes worldwide, and there are also similar patterns. There's overlap between blonde hair and blue eyes, and the global regional maps of those features are very similar. Although blue eyes is more common than blonde hair, but in terms of the extreme percentages, but the evolutionary presumption is that there's less sun further north. Sunlight is needed for the chemical reaction to vitamin D, and in very northern places, um, people developed light features in order to attract more sunlight of the small hours of sunlight in order to uh, chemically process vitamin D. So I haven't looked too much into the detail, like what the vitamin D or I mean, there's also like lactose intolerance and another factor, but that's the only biological connection between would there be some sort of benefit towards lighter features that the vitamin D chemical reaction is the only one that, as far as I saw, is known to have been documented and studied. And if that would be enough of like cold winter theory, people who went very far north developed lighter features specifically due to less amount of sunlight and the necessity of sunlight to process vitamin D. So that you never heard of that?
The theory that people who are farther from the equator lose melanin through evolution.
Yeah, it's the origins of light hair, the evolutionary origins of
Yeah,
light hair.
I've asserted this before in the context of blue eyes. Like, I think that map's pretty dang compelling. Like, I think those really dark sections in the middle, maybe there's no data, right? Anyway.
But it only relates to vitamin D.
Well, it's melanin, and you want to link that to vitamin D. I'm going to say, well, it's melanin, and it's possible to lose melanin spontaneously, and the presumed pressure is that there's less sun in the northern climate, and that's somehow better. Somehow it's it's somehow beneficial to have less melanin in the north. Enough that it's pretty pronounced, and less melanin could apply to blue eyes or blonde hair or skin tone.
Yeah, as I said, vitamin D is the only tested biological difference. It could be there's other, but that's the only one that's been demonstrated. So the woman in the New York Times was looking at two possibilities. One possibility is youth, because you have the phenomenon. It's also not well understood, where there's no reasonable biological explanation or evolutionary explanation for the phenomenon that people tend to have lighter features as a youth and then gets darker with age. And it's not clearly understood why that is, or evolutionary when that would have adapted, um, or even what benefit that would be to have lighter features as a youth, and why a person might lose that as they get older. So, but in terms of this woman's article about dyeing hair, so it's saying that her basic thesis was it's basically racism. So the state, well, why is there, that the whole purpose of a person dyeing their hair blonde is to basically identify themselves as not black. Because if you look at like Africa, blonde hair almost doesn't exist in Africa. And although there's some places, like in South America, Australia, that mostly comes from European migration, that even in the South, um, the Southern hemisphere, that light features are almost non-existent. And the claim is say that's just white privilege, racism, and when people dye their hair blonde, it's to disassociate themselves with blackness. And so basically, like, I made the statement that um also the claim, like, well blondes are more attractive, blondes have more fun, or I forget the exact statement. They say that's actually just racism. The reason why people prefer blondes is because they want to get as far away from black as possible. And so that was one hypothesis, and that was this New York Times article, and people in America like critical race theory. It's a pertinent topic. But then there was the other possibility to just saying, like, no, it's got nothing to do with racism. It has something to do with youth. And because youth is connected to beauty, and it's very typical that people have lighter hair in the youth and then get their hair becomes darker as they get older, that people dye their hair blonde to make themselves look younger because blonde hair is associated with youth. So it was interesting. This was a big. I think it was the most viewed. Luke Ford even covered it, and it was one of the more viewed op-eds in the New York Times. And this one didn't mention blue eyes, but the crossover, the similarity. But you can't really, so that you could dye your hair blonde. You can't. You could you could wear colored contacts, or even have surgery that changes the shades of your eye. But you're generally um, your eye color is your eye color. People don't do the change that. In America, dyeing hair is extremely common. Probably even the majority of women dye their hair, and dyeing hair blonde is more common. You're saying that of people who dye their hair, it's very common to dye people's hair blonde. And then it's also, is there a difference when a person who, if you say, well, who is blonde? You say, well, what's the difference between Beyonce, Ivanka Trump, Tyler Swift, and like Reese Witherspoon? They're all blonde. So you'd be like, oh no, like Tyler Swift, Reese
I think you
Witherspoon.
mean Taylor Swift, maybe.
Or you say, yeah, Taylor Swift, Reese Witherspoon, Ivanka Trump, and Beyonce are all blonde. But you say, no, Beyonce's black. Taylor Swift, Ivanka Trump, Hillary Clinton, they were naturally blonde. When they were young girls, they were blonde, and then their hair turned darker, and they dyed their hair to a shade of color that their hair naturally had when they were younger. And does that make a difference? Like, is Taylor Swift more blonde than Beyonce? Even Kanye West had a beef with Taylor Swift over Beyonce, but you think, well, what's the difference? Is Beyonce a blonde, or is Taylor Swift a blonde? You say, well, neither one of them are blonde. They both dye their hair. You say, well, Taylor Swift still has blue eyes, and even though her hair now is probably dark brown, when she was a youth, her hair was blonde. And does it have racial connotations to it? And if you take the extreme level, and you say, no, it's just straight out racism, and there is, even if you're going to say like the theory of sexual attraction, like that there is no actual sexual attraction benefit to blonde hair or lighter features. It's pure racism that you say, I like. And there's actually a long-term debate. It's been going on in America for 20, 30 years. It just happened, it was in the New York Times um, this week. So I just thought I'd share that. Usually I talk about the eye color because I think the eye color is more related to competence, that there's no necessary connection between blonde hair and competence, and that there might even be a reverse correlation between of the blue-eyed men who have accomplished more, that it's actually blue-eyed men with darker features.
There's definitely a urban myth, if you want to call it, of like correlation between blondes and being adits. So I was just thinking that might cancel out the perceived higher competence associated with blue eyes thing. So it's funny.
But is
I
that
came
because
to that same
people?
conclusion there with the brown eye, blue eye combo. And I'm going to say that that's just my theory. Once again, verified that it's a matter of contrast, and blue plus brown is actually higher contrast than blue plus blonde. Oof. Never get tired of being right.
Yes, there's also the question of, is that related to people who dye their hair? Because it said that cold winter theory, the people who are most likely to have lighter features live extremely northern climates with cold winters and are selected for individualism and monogamy. Um, that women in these Nordic countries are more likely to seek out one man who will provide for them and be able to take care of them over the winter, as opposed to warmer climates where it's not as necessary monogamy or finding um, a man who will be able to care for them over the cold winters. Um, if then there's a connection towards promiscuity and blondness, that people dye their hair blonde because they're trying to make themselves more sexually appealing to men, and therefore there's a connection. So there's the inverse relationship that generally Northern Europeans will say natural blondes are more prude, are less sexual, less testosterone, and cold winter, long-term planning, various factors. However, um, we talked about crypsis, like when we were talking about Jeffrey Epstein and the Martin Nowick, the research at the Special Evolutionary Center that Jeffrey Epstein funded at MIT, and they talked about crypsis and evolution. So there's this connection that women dye their hair blonde in order to attract male mates for promiscuity. And so the question is, this stereotype, the dits, is it the actual blonde or is it the woman who dyes their hair blonde? Because there's an inverse correlation between being prude and monogamy in Northern Europeans. And then there's also the correlation between blonde and promiscuity, but that may be related to dyed blonde hair.
It's a bit of a mystery. Don't think we can solve it because there's multiple strains of blonde hair out there, so quite different quote phenotypes.
And blonde doesn't even, that's another thing, the New York Times, blonde doesn't even really have a meaning. I mean, it's just a word. And
It's
that's
a
her claim.
range of hair colors.
Well, her claim, it was a social category that was basically referring, that basically means not black. And that's what you see. What's the one thing that you see from the world map is that blonde doesn't exist in Africa. So the signifier of blonde is to associate, to say, like, you want the person that I'm not black. And it's unclear because, I mean, really an explanation would require a solution to the hard problem of consciousness. You could test, I'm not sure if they tested, I mean, like, God forbid, if there is an actual connection between sexual attraction and light features, that would be something that would conceivably be testable. Um, this theoretically, that kids would be more likely to be cared for with light features, that that would be some sort of explanation for the tendency of light features to get darker with age. And the default hypothesis is it's some human mental function that causes people to care for people with lighter features more. So that if you have a child and the child has lighter features versus darker features, that you're more likely to give care to the lighter featured child. And so I'm not even sure if that makes sense, but that appears to be right now the default hypothesis. And so it's ironic that so little is understood about it.
It's complicated stuff, and a bit taboo just by very virtue of the topic. It's kind of taboo.
Yeah, this woman, actually, this African American woman, in this case, got like a 10-day suspension from Instagram, and that was her questioning of, are you blind if you were blind as a kid? And so, mean, okay, you carry a genetic precursor. If your hair turned darker as you got older, is there any difference between them practically and someone also has darker features? And to say that, well, it's a genetic function, And so they differentiate to say, like, no, I might have dark hair, but I'm not like, the darker skinned people or the black people. I'm a natural blonde, meaning I have a different genetic precursor. And, the European person with dark hair that had lighter hair when they were young, as opposed to an African person still could reproduce and their child might have light features, at least in their youth. So pretty interesting. It's probably going to become more topical. There's a lot of race relations problem in the U.S. It's probably even the single biggest issue. So, Ashish Delela
Rising
wrote,
racism in the U.S. Therefore, we're going to want to talk about blonde and blue eyes more. Really?
well, because, well, I mean, my theory on blue eyes is related to, it could be power distributions and um, micro, I forget, you're just biased towards expertise or competence. Blind would be a different factor to say that, like in America, like I think it's a huge number, like 20-30% of women dye their hair blonde. And
Yeah, I don't think that's only in the U.S. I'm pretty sure I saw that all over Europe too.
and
So
it's saying, like,
pretty sure it's
if
happening in a lot of spots.
if you labeled to someone, like, if it was labeled to say, why are you dyeing your hair blonde? It's like, well, because you're a racist. The only reason I could think that you're dyeing your hair blonde is because you're a racist and you want to disassociate yourself with black people. So that sense would change racial dynamics if you say, like, no, I'm not a racist. I'm dyeing my hair blonde for a reason other than being a racist. And then what so as of now, I don't. I mean, it's a push to have the theory that the connection, that there's no biological natural attraction towards lighter features, that it's part of institutionalized racism. That the reason people find um, lighter features attractive is due to historical institutionalized racism, and then it could become some sort of stigma to basically say, well, if you're dyeing your hair, you're doing it due to racism. And I don't know if that would differentiate that women would stop dyeing their hair, or if it would become a different factor to, okay, well, women dyeing their hair because they want to be sexually promiscuous, because they want to be seen as younger, or because they want to be seen as making a public statement of anti-black racism. And maybe that would change something if there became some sort of larger public stigma that dyeing your hair blonde was a statement of anti-black racism.
Well, quite the find there. Um, did you want to go into this article?
Yeah, it was pretty interesting. He says, it's pretty long, like all of his articles. So, did you want to go in this one in depth?
Absolutely. I mean, I think you've heard me say this probably 100 times by now. Like just drilling down on when talking to people, it's kind of like a less than friendly debate. I'll tend to go to reincarnation faster than most concepts. As
Okay, so
like
let me do a chant. I
what
haven't
do you
done a
want to call
chant
it? A bottleneck, I guess.
in
And yeah, take
Lauren.
it away with the chant. Sounds good. Looking forward to the rest of the show. Hoping the chat will follow us to greener pastures of positivity.
So, did anyone in the chat um, make the connection between panpsychism and memory by Andrew Lloyd Webber? mean, that's a pretty loose connection because like the connection is panpsychism, and that Bertrand Russell is the most prominent what's called panpsychist in philosophy in the 20th century, although what he means by that may be something else. Anyone in the chat know the connection between T.S. Eliot and Bertrand Russell? Have you heard of both of these characters?
Well, let's see what people say in the chat. I think everyone knows that I have not, unfortunately.
You never heard of T.S. Eliot?
I've heard the name, but I don't think I'd be able to like point out any of their work, unfortunately, due to being somewhat sheltered.
T.S. Eliot is an extremely famous poet, author, wrote a whole bunch of books. He was also a apologist Christian, and he was friendly with Bertrand Russell, who, God forbid, had an affair with T.S. Eliot's wife. And so I remember when I was in Israel, the rabbis made a point of bad mouthing Bertrand Russell, because Bertrand Russell is, besides for being a panpsychist and one of the fathers of modern mathematics, was one of the fathers of modern day ethics. And he taught at Cambridge, and he taught a class in ethics. And it was
thus is hated by the rabbis because.
Well, he wasn't hated. He was as a lesson. So it was a big scandal when Bertrand Russell had an affair with T.S. Eliot's wife, and Eliot ended up divorcing and remarrying. And the statement that Bertrand Russell, that someone asked him, and you'll hear the famous professor of ethics, one of the most famous teachers of ethics in all of the world, had an affair with his buddy's wife. And at least according to the rabbinic legend, is Bertrand Russell said, you expect geometry teachers to be triangles. And if that was some sort of statement, you expect ethics teachers to be ethical. So we'll be diving more into Bertrand Russell. Let's see if that's actual, if my rabbi just made that up, or if that's actually a quote.
I guess it's hard for me to imagine in what sense this guy would be a panpsychist.
Okay, so it looks like it's actually. So this is actually a rabbi's page. So this was a famous story that was kind of like, kind of like secular wisdom and all these professors, and they don't practice what they preach. So this actually says it was Harvard that according to this rabbi was from the Harvard board of overseers that called Bertrand Russell and says, but you are professor of ethics and one of the board members. How can you possibly suggest that your performance as an ethics professor is not affected by your extremely unethical private life? And Russell responded, I was a professor of geometry at Cambridge, but no one ever asked me why I was not a triangle. If that would have been. So actually, Rabbi Dunner seems to agree that it's a made-up story. So for whatever reason, a bunch of rabbis tell the story, and I even find, this web pages where you could find rabbis telling this supposed story of Bertrand Russell and not being a triangle. But Bertrand Russell, we're going to talk about him more because one of the fathers of modern mathematics and logics and ethics, and also probably the most prominent panpsychist in the 20th century. Although what he meant by panpsychism, we covered that a little bit last week. So T.S. Eliot wrote poems about cats. And Andrew Lloyd Webber's play Cats is based on the poem by T.S. Eliot. So just a loose connection to panpsychism and Bertrand Russell. But the reason I brought that up because T.S. Eliot and God forbid, and his wife and Bertrand Russell and the monad there. Uh, so Andrew Lloyd Webber, most famous playwright of he's still alive of Les Miserables and Cats and Phantom of the Opera, um, based his Cats on a play poems from T.S. Eliot, and the most famous song from Cats is Memory. And they say it's actually the single most famous song to ever arise from a musical. And it was originally sung in the original Cats by Elaine Page, who acted in a lot of Weber's plays, and actually um, Barbara Streisand. Barbara Streisand's most famous song is actually Memory. If you look on her YouTube page, her most viewed song is Memory. And in order to advertise for the play, he released Memory as a radio song and produced it together with Barbara Streisand in 1981. So, do you remember the Cats play?
I remember the reference to it on Sex and the City.
You never heard of like Cats at all? It was like the longest running play in
Not
London.
really big into
York.
music. I'm sorry, I don't like musicals. Nothing personal. I've never enjoyed them.
Okay, so I wanted to do a song. This is actually a pretty good song. I think maybe you would have heard it or even like the song. I'm not into musical. Actually, it's ironic. Cats came to the Palace of Auburn Hills when we had season tickets, and my mother took me and my brother and sister there, and we left in the middle of it. Like my mom kind of liked it, but me and my brother and sister just like couldn't sit through it. So we left in the middle. Um, it's some sort of theme, like this cat that was a famous cat when they were younger and went off to bigger things, and now they're older and wants to rejoin the tribe, and the other people in the tribe don't want to let her back in because she didn't treat them that well earlier when she was all famous, and now she's on her last legs, a former shell of herself. um, she wants to get back in, and she sings this song right before she dies. And it's actually a pretty complicated song. So it's interesting. It was written originally to sound like Puccini, like an early opera song. I think I mentioned um, the Turandot, or even Puccini, one of the most famous Italian composers, like 300 years ago. So this song was written to be like operatic and sound like a Puccini song. And generally, it's sung by a woman. The character in the play is a woman. Most of the people who sung it are women, although a few men who've sung it. So Doowovid will try his best. It's in a weird, I don't call it weird key, but it's in like it switches key from like B flat to D flat to G flat, which is a little difficult to sing, and also has non-standard time signatures of like 12/8 and 10/8. So any musicians out there um, have a hard time. You do my best with it. Midnight, not a sound from the pavement. Has the moon lost her memory? She is smiling alone in the lamplight. The withered leaves collect at my feet, and the wind begins to moan. Memory, all alone in the moonlight, I can smile at the old days. I was beautiful then. I remember the time I knew what happiness was. Let the memory live again. Every street lamp seems to be a fatalistic warning. Someone mutters, a street lamp sputters, and soon it will be morning. Daylight, I must wait for the sunrise. I must think of a new life, and I mustn't give in when the dawn comes. Tonight will be a memory too, and a new day will begin. It has a sympathetic chorus there. Burnt out ends of smoky days, the stale cold smell of morning. The street lamp dies, another night is over, another day is dawning. And this is the crescendo, the peak high part of the song. Touch me, it's so easy to leave me all alone with the memory of my days in the sun. If you touch me, you will understand what happiness is. Look, a new day has begun. Okay, so Doovid's panpsychism, Bertrand Russell, T.S. Eliot inspiration for this week. My mother loves that song, and I remember it. I'm not sure how I get that. I was actually listening to some like little historical thing on T.S. Eliot, and they mentioned that Cats was based on his play, based on his poem, and played a little tidbit of the song. So I looked that up. Okay, Jim Shalom in the chat. Thanks for tuning in. Um, no, the melody is from Cats. It might sound like, I mean, Doovid might have sung it off, or it might be D flat, like a B flat tune, but that's uniquely from Cats. Okay, so let's cover some more stuff. So you heard the term hydomorphism.
Yeah, I've heard it. It reminds me of the pilot wave hypothesis, the Bohmian mechanics.
Yeah, it's became popular in some monistic or panpsychic dualist circles. Its origin is Aristotle, and as I mentioned last week, I was talking about Descartes and the differentiation between dualism and Cartesian that became mind-body dualism. Um, but in ancient Greece, the Pythagoreans were dualists, and Aristotle and I talked about the dualism of form and matter. So the terminology for that hylomorphism, hylo means matter and morph means form. So hylomorphism is the result of dualism of matter and form. And there's different understandings of whether Aristotle was a dualist in that sense and what he meant by form, and if he means the Platonic forms, and if he means that the forms are immaterial. And then later, um, there's also a body soul hylomorphism where the soul could be considered like the former. So usually the soul is a little bit different than just the form because the soul has other functions besides simply giving an object a form. But in terms of a precursor to panpsychism and the Platonic souls, the Platonic forms, is that you need some sort of panpsychism or dualism just for an object to have form, just for matter to take a form, in that the form of an object is not a property of the matter itself. And it's also related to teleology, which I was referring to in Descartes' dualism, where physics comes to uniquely define quantitative descriptors, and the mind comes to describe qualitative descriptors like its purpose. And the purpose is related to the form and is not derivative of the material itself. And then I was trying to explain, Jennifer, the autonomous monist understanding of like the Platonic form I was mentioning, chairness, that chairness is not a product of the human mind, but is an emergent quality of the matter, of the form itself. That it's not like, oh, humans thought that this has this concept, but there's an actual independent of human mind form, and that would be related to its theology. And Aristotle's famous expression, like Hydomorphism, form determines function, that the purpose, the theology of an object is based on its form, and you could derive its purpose from its form. But then there would be the dispute of the connection from form from matter. So Descartes switches the ancient dualism, which was more about form and matter, to connect form to material, where mathematics, you remember Descartes unifies algebra and geometry. And so for Descartes, form becomes part of the material aspect of dualism, and then mind becomes more specific to the human mind and spiritualism, as opposed to, in the ancient times, dualism was a part of physics itself. So I don't know if that made sense to you.
Right up until the last part, where dualism was a part of physics itself. Like, you mean the causality, the cause-effect dualism? Like,
I'm talking
the
about
teleological dualism.
I'm talking about Aristotle's hylomorphism that's related to his physics.
Here's where I get confused, because the dual aspect monism and the dualism, I have no way of distinguishing between those things, practically speaking. That's where I'm getting confused. I'm not like trying to be difficult. I'm just like legit not, like, kind of not even
dual aspect what?
theory. Dual aspect monism, where like mind and matter are, quote, emanation of something else.
Well, you seem to be getting confused on the particle aspect of it. This thing that there'd be some monad referring to an elementary non-material particle that has a mind and a physical aspect to it.
I think where we're getting confused is I'm getting confused on the plurality of the monad, because I understand it as a fundamentally implural thing, and then these doctrines treat it as though it seems to be pluralized. Like when you're saying everything had a monad, like how a chair had a monad, it seemed like that meant there was a plurality of monads, which was quite incoherent to me. So I did get a little lost there.
No, I mean, generally, because I say generally the monad is understood as atomistic. I mean, it's like it's a fundamental.
Atomistic, how? Because the concept of an atom is pretty recent, the way we understand it today.
Yeah, that's why I'm using the terminology from the ancient Greeks, and just saying atom just meaning the fundamental building block that can't be broken down anymore.
No, it doesn't.
If it was understood to be a microscopic particle that all other particles are made up of, in that aspect, it was an atom, but it wasn't just material. It's the monad that has, from the dual aspect, that has a psychic component and a physical component. So when like if it was the quantum periodic table, or like a hydrogen atom, that you have something more fundamental to the hydrogen atom that the atom is made up of, and that's the monad. But the monad is not purely physical. The monad is the building block for both the physical and the spiritual. And that's as opposed to dualism. And you're understanding like some sort of infinite monad as opposed to an infinite amount of monads. So I think the mainstream theory of monism is atomist monism, and it means that the world is built up of infinite amount of minuscule monad particles.
Right. So
Which,
basically, monad is completely meaningless because you can just say that the world's made up of a bunch of particles, right? Just completely acts out the monad part.
no, I mean it's the mainstream theory of panpsychism
I
and
have a
monism.
degree in physics. I never heard a monad referenced. So this is a physics, not a physics theory. This is a philosophy theory. Sure.
Yeah, I mean it's a metaphysical theory. It's not based because it's saying
Right.
that
Which means that it can be decomposed with logic. And you can tell if logic contradicts earlier logic. And for there to be
I'm not
a
asking you for. I mean,
plurality
this
of
we had the
monads
problem last
is
week
a
where
contradiction.
where
That's
yeah,
where I'm
I'm
having
really
trouble
just reporting on
understanding.
various schools. So if you're here to like give your truth value assessment of these theories, it's unnecessary.
It's more that I'd like to follow along and understand what's being said.
So just say that there's a fundamental microscopic. I can use the word particle, but I know it's confusing you that I'm using the word particle, and it's called the monad, and the monad is the building block for both mind and matter. And that's
Yeah.
dual aspect. So if you talk about you wouldn't learn this in your physics class because your physics class is only about matter. But if you say like whatever your fundamental particle, your boson, your lepton, your quark is, say, well, really that is made up of a more fundamental particle, and that more fundamental particle has not only the material aspect that makes up the fundamental physics particle, but also has a mind component to it. And that's the mainstream monist atomistic panpsychic theory.
Okay.
And it doesn't have, there's no necessary scientific proof. There's not even necessarily a way to test it or prove it. It's an hypothesis that mind has to be there. And as said, the other mainstream panpsychic theory is an Etherian theory that mind is just part of space, but does not necessitate a form of matter. And so if you're a dualist, then you have a different theory that that mind is not part of space, mind is part of a different parallel realm that doesn't function under the confines of space. So the panpsychic theory or the monistic theory is non-dualistic, and it basically necessitates one of two theories. One is that mind is a fundamental part of space that doesn't necessitate any matter, or an atomistic theory where the fundamental building block of particles is a precursor particle that has a mind aspect, and that mind aspect is part of all matter. based on the fundamental building block of matter having this mind aspect within it, being built upon the monad. And that's really the historic root of the word monad, that monad is comes to use the same time with Democritus and the Ionians and the atom. So it's like, is there the atom, and you have atom and dualism, where Democritus would be like the atom is the fundamental material building block that everything is built upon, all material aspects, and then forms would be dualistically superimposed from another realm. Or you would have the monad, which would be an alternative to the atom, and saying the atom is not the fundamental building block, but the monad is the fundamental building block that has an aspect of mind and matter within it, and that the atom is built upon the monad, and therefore mind is inherently a property of matter that could conceivably derive concept as form. That how does matter um, become formed in the connection to the world of ideas? So I'm going to return to some of this, but it's just kind of the basic comparative metaphysics theology of the available schools and options of ways people understood these things. And then you're saying that, like, I didn't, last week I said I didn't care about Jennifer's theory. I do care about her theory, but I was just saying that
Like I
relativity.
can, if you don't want me to cite my own knowledge, I'll cite monism from Wikipedia. There are two types of monism: Y definition, unity of origin of the origin of all things, or two, the restricted definition that requires not only unity of origin but also unity of substance and essence. What you're describing doesn't sound like unity; it sounds like division. So that's why I'm confused. Now, I don't put that at your feet. It's a very good chance that Neoplatonism contradicts Platonism at a paradigm level multiple times over.
Well, I'm talking about, to some extent, the original appearance of the concept as a monad, as a, a competitive theory to the atom, and then monism.
Well, it's a bit confusing because there's a particle, and then there's atomism, and then there's a monad, which the meaning has changed drastically, and the meaning itself is already hard enough to talk about in the first place. But it looks like the term was only introduced in the 18th century by Christian von Wolff in his work Logic 1728. So,
Well, Leibniz's book is so we'll cover it more. I'm trying to, like, a full sweep of the history. If you just look at the theoretical metaphysics of the realm of the possible explanations and where it would fall in. So I just mentioned the original Greek dualism of hydomorphism refers to form and matter. And form is different than the Descartes dualism of mind, is that Descartes puts form and matter as one and the same, and then it has a differential for the rest of mind qualities. But historically, in Aristotle's time, form was considered separate from the matter, and that the form was determined by a non by something external to the matter itself, and that's why it's a form of dualism. And it's actually still, I'm going to show that it's still, the concept of form is actually still widely not known. So when we talk about an object or differentiation between matter, you're like, okay, there's Doooovid, but Doooovid is part of everything, and the matter that is part of me is in constant flux with the environment, or even something like my table or any object where all the matter is actually in constant flux. And so what is the form? Can the form actually be derived from the laws of physics? And even that's disputed among pure materialistic physics, how you derive form.
The meaning of form is unclear because it's obscure for the same reason that the monad is obscure, because the form is the highest form, the highest like level of knowledge, isn't it? In Platonism.
Um, I'm not sure about that. If it'd be considered the highest form, if the morph in I mean, if you look at form and just say the object that is um, subject to physical laws, and what that means.
Form is the object that is subject to physical laws, then I would say that that's normally referenced as a substance, at least philosophically.
Yeah, but it's saying that it differentiated. We're talking about this object as opposed to some sort of like constantly morphing, changing, or if you're going to apply physical laws to a given object. So let me mention a few other things. So Martin Massenet was a contemporary of Descartes and also one of the founders
I
of.
just found a diagram that does confirm what I said, but anyway, we'll keep going.
Okay, well, you could save that for done, or if you want to put it up now, you can. Well, it's tough to read if you're low resolution. So
I'll try download it.
Martin Maecenas was another Catholic priest. He's most famous for the Massenet prime number in the form of 2n to the n minus 1, where a lot of prime numbers are 2 squared minus 1, and also music theory, harmony. Uh, some people refer to him as the father of acoustics. Um, but he was pivotal in, together with Descartes, in the concept of mathematical laws of nature, that physics described by mathematics. Um, he has one of the earlier books on it in the early 1600s. Um, Here's a paper if people are more intellectual. Department of History, Philosophy, and Science, how analogy helped create a new science of thermodynamics. So last week we were talking about work. So I had another article on. I thought I had another article on the least action principle. Um, I had another article somewhere on the least action principle. Maybe I didn't properly load it up. Um, but last week we were talking about this switch to the mathematical derivation of laws of physics. And Descartes has the concept of the unification of algebra and geometry, where you could define an object by its geometry. That, but it still wasn't quite there. But Newton starts developing the form of differential calculus. So, as I mentioned last week in depth, you talk about Galileo's derivation of many of the laws of physics in terms of the basic for gravity and the laws of motion. But he didn't have the mathematical language, although he believed that you could describe these things mathematically. To Descartes, was one of the first attempts to make universal laws of nature that I was mentioning to Jennifer that it doesn't really appear that there had even been an attempt to create universal laws of nature before Descartes. I mean, maybe someone thought of the ideas, but so to try to make mathematical equations, laws of nature that could be uh, defined mathematically, that really.
Yeah, maybe the church had a monopoly on that prior.
Well, I mean, Kepler has his, we'll call universal. They're not universal laws. So Kepler just has laws of planetary motion, but he doesn't go so far to say that whatever causes planetary motion to work according to his laws would be some sort of universal law that applied to all matter. And it's not really the church, because the church uses Aristotelian physics, which I talked about last week, was qualitative in understanding, not quantitative, and that objects moved according to their purpose. And that's why I said the purpose of an object is related to its form. And when people tried to understand physics, they tried to understand the movement and interaction of objects in relation to their intrinsic purpose as opposed to universal physical laws. Um, so it's tough to say if Descartes is really the founder of modern science in that sense, that he hypothesized the existence of these universal physical laws. However, as I mentioned last week, he gets them mostly wrong, although they're close. The Descartes' physics is very close to Newton's physics, but slightly off, and most of his physics is wrong. So that's why Descartes is. You have to look at the role that he played, but like his switch in the dualism to um, unifying form and matter through his unification of algebra and geometry, and his hypothesizing universal laws of physics, which Newton would perfect and create the first universal laws of physics, namely the universal law of gravitation and um, the laws of motion, and then even creating calculus in order to mathematically describe, and Newton um, adding upon Descartes of the time dependent function. So Descartes still was looking at some sort of ether or esoteric understanding of the nature of motion.
Well, he was before Michelson Morley, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Descartes is like early
Yeah, so it's pretty
1600s. Michelson
reasonable to
Morley.
presume that they would have seen his Cartesian coordinate system as a model for the ether.
Well, I'm just talking about um, the laws of motion and the calculus, where you have. I'm sorry, where I talked about that Newton adds upon Cartesian geometry, the Cartesian unification of algebra and geometry, where now you could define geometric shapes in the Cartesian coordinate system through algebraic equations. So Newton adds the time component, and Galileo had some of the precursors, but if you notice, Newton's laws of physics work on the Cartesian plane and have a time component, and that's what makes it eligible to differential equation. And even the concept of acceleration, 1 divided by seconds squared, is still very difficult to conceptualize or even understand what that means, or if it means anything at all, or in terms of the definition of force. But the equations of Newton work on the Cartesian plane with a time component. And that's why you have universal laws. So I'm making that Descartes conceptualizes the existence of universal physics laws with mathematical formulations, but doesn't correctly get any of them. as where Newton correctly gets multiple universal laws of physics and their equations and the relationship between each other based on calculus. And one of the necessities for that is the time component. Although Newton's much less of a philosopher, and Newton is purely talking about the mathematical relations. And when it becomes in differential equations, that means you could predict the future and past movement. And I've mentioned this to Jennifer. I know we argued about it multiple times. I mentioned that prediction means the past and the future. That the nature of Newton's innovation to physics and the mathematization of universal laws of nature is that they predict equally the present. I mean, they predict equally the future and the past. That if you have the equation that could predict the past, that the equation that could predict the future to test the equation could also, um, if you use the word predict or foretell, explain the past. But it's in nature to these universal scientific laws. However, Newton, um, it turns out that thermodynamics is more important than mechanics. And so energy and work doesn't really get well defined till 200 years after Newton. That I mean, Newton's in the mid 1600s, and Joule doesn't come around till the mid 1800s. Um, so here's a long paper on the history of thermodynamics, and this is long. I'm going to try to write a paper, but there's so much information. Here you just see Wikipedia, um, the history of thermodynamics. You see Newton had some theories on heat transfer. Um, there's everyone had thoughts on heat, but they didn't really have much advancement on it till really 250 years ago. You have Boyle's law, who's a contemporary. Boyle's assistant was Hooke, and Hooke worked with Newton. You had um, the connection between pressure and volume. Um, Going back to Boyle, in Newton's time, Newton knew about the pressure of volume relationship. Um, Carnot in the you had the steam engine was came here. It says 1698, but you have the first steam engines at about 1700, and for the next 100 years, you have a whole bunch of advances engineering in terms of the steam engine, but you don't really have any physics understanding of the thermodynamics. Just some understanding of like the piston and the expansion and the conversion of heat energy into mechanical energy. And Newton doesn't really have the concept of energy. So that's why I say like our even while talking about like Descartes originates the concept of the universal mathematical laws of nature, Newton and the conservation laws. That Galileo talks about conservation laws, but really Descartes is also the father of the modern physics laws of conservation. It just turns out that he comes up with the wrong ones. Um, and now, generally, we talk about a conservation of energy, but in Newton's time, he didn't really refer to things in energy. He talked about force, and there's some concept of. I have to look the very first origin of. Um, it's actually related to the least action principle in Hamilton in the potential energy in mechanical energy and the conservation of energy in terms of um, mechanical energy and potential energy. And potential energy is usually mgh, mass times gravity times height. So the potential energy is how high it is above the resting place of gravity, which is actually Aristotelian in formulation in terms of like the least action principle. And Hamilton defines action as work times seconds. So I'm not sure if you're familiar with Hamiltonian's mathematical statement of the least
Total
action.
energy, yeah, of the quantum system. Yeah, it's pretty central to quantum mechanics. So there's the Hamiltonian, the Laplacian. And there's another one I think that's pretty important. But the underlying concept is that energy is conserved, and the manner in which it is conserved is by minimizing the deviance between the actual and observed geodesic. And what that means is a bit of a matter of like calculus mystery, but it's one of those, oh, look, it works. Have at her. So
yeah, so Hamilton,
there's Lagrange.
Lagrange is already 1760. Hamilton is he's 60 years after Newton. Newton's in the 1600s. Lagrange is almost 100 years later, and Hamilton's good more than half a century after Lagrange. In 1893, he comes up with a formulation of action based on calculus, but you don't really have an energy comes from a derivation. Like originally, if they were going to have action, but then you have work in joules, and we talked about last week where we don't usually use action. We refer to energy or work, which is defined by joules. And what Hamilton defined as action would be joule seconds, and as opposed to work, and the main conservation laws become conservation of energy, and which takes the unit of joules. And most of this comes from thermodynamics that so let me just go through these real quick to just add a little bit of scholarship. I'm still doing a lot of research. So just like basic slides on history of physics, sort of Aristotle, observation of physical phenomenon, a concept of physical laws, not a concept of universal physical laws. Aristotle has qualitative understanding of physical laws that describe specific things, but not that there would be some sort of universal law that would describe all things. Galileo, the rise of mathematical physics, knowledge. You still have questions there. I'll put the slides in there. These are just basic slides. I just you want something to share some of this ideas. So then you have Isaac Newton, the big picture. Groundwork for classical mechanics. He creates the first universal law of physics, the law of universal gravitation, and Newton's three laws of motions. So that would appear to be the first universal mathematical laws of nature, physics. And Newton had a few of them. The law of gravitation and the laws of motion. Also, some sort of conservation principle, but it's still not well developed, his conservation principle. After that, you have, and Newton passes away in 1727. Most of his Principia was published in 1687. So 1750 to 1900, you have, well, this is what he's giving, but I would give till about 1800, you have a lot of advancements in calculus and mathematics, not so much in physics. You have a little bit of theories here and there, but in terms of like serious advancements in physics, there's not much till after 1800. Mid 1800s are when the theories of energy are developed, and Maxwell does two things. Maxwell develops the he worked a little bit with thermodynamics and has some development, um, but the main thing, the Maxwell's laws of electromagnetism and the formulation of work and the conservation of energy, in the sense that heat energy could be convertible to work energy, electrical energy could be converted to mechanical energy, and the units with joule, where it becomes the joule. And Maxwell is actually also the person who creates the modern differential equation form of thermodynamics. That a lot of the early development in thermodynamics um, was experimental or various theories. So Maxwell helped unify um, the laws of thermodynamics into the form of calculus that I'll show in a minute. And it's going to be too much to get into the quantum mechanics and what happened after that. Just the form of the pre quantum revolution. Here's some quick stuff on Leibniz versus Descartes on motion. Um, so Aristotle on falling bodies. Aristotle had defined relative weight in terms of the speed at which bodies fall naturally. By light or relatively light, we mean the one of two bodies endowed with weight and equal in bulk, which is exceeded by the other in speed of its natural downward movement. So if body B moves downward naturally 4 times as fast as body A of the same size, body B is 4 times heavier than body A. So Leibniz's objection to Descartes' physics. Um, Leibniz regarded Descartes as having made a simple error. Nothing is simpler than this proof. Descartes fell into an error because he had too much confidence in his own thoughts, even when they were not sufficiently ripe. So Galileo on falling bodies. Oh, so Galileo, sorry, I missed the Galileo on uniform acceleration. Galileo also argued that falling bodies increase their speed at a uniform rate. That was Galileo and the famous possibly dropping items off of the Leaning Tower of Pisa to show they fell at the same speed. Um, so that was the first kind of recorded experimental data, and a concept of acceleration where Galileo recognizes the exponential relationship where which would later be classified um, in Newton through the differential equations of the 1 to 4 relation, and that was through extensive measurement. So according to Leibniz, the force of a falling body is equal to the force needed to raise the body back to the height it fell. This can be seen from the action of a pendulum where the weight rises to the height to which it fell. The same force is needed to lift a body of 1 unit of size to 4 units of distance to raise a body of 4 units the same size 1 unit of distance. So the conservation of quantity in motion. So the reason I'm mentioning is I want to talk the origins of the conservation laws. So I say that the conservation laws don't really get formulated to the mid 1800s, although Newton, Descartes, Leibniz talk at length about them, but they don't correctly formulate them. So according to Descartes, there's a quantity which is constant throughout the history of the universe. This quantity is the quantity of motion. If one part of matter moves twice as fast as another, which is twice as large, we must consider that there is some quantity of motion in each part. The quantity of motion is an object in an object is the speed times the size, which would be mass times velocity. So this, you see Descartes got these things wrong, and Newton, comes up with force, which ends up being mass times acceleration. But you can see the origin of really Descartes here is formulating the first concept of universal laws of mathematical physics and conservation laws, but he does it wrong, and he has like force as mass times velocity instead of mass times acceleration, and he's got some sort of conservation of motion. So Descartes wanted to make the fundamental principle the conservation of motion. So Leibniz concluded that the only quantity that could function as a force in Cartesian physics is not conserved. He thought he had a way of understanding force by which it was conserved. He uh, Leibniz called this the living force, vis viva. There ensured a lengthy debate between the followers of Leibniz and Descartes and Newton about what exactly is conserved. So it's pretty complicated. I'm going to keep on doing more research on this to, maybe I have to write an essay, but it got pretty complicated. So I'm not sure if you were following what I was talking about in terms of the origins of modern physics and this concept of universal laws and conservation principles that don't get well formulated till the 1850s, and then kind of the progression of these ideas where Descartes hypothesizes universal mathematical laws of nature and conservation principles. However, he makes an attempt to formulate these laws, but he does it incorrectly. Um, Descartes, Leibniz critiques Descartes. Newton rejects Descartes and comes up with some universal laws, but he doesn't have this conservation principle of work to work with. So, to some extent, like Newton is still working in the void because they haven't formulated uh, the stronger basis for like the grounding of the laws of mathematical physics within terms of calculus, and it takes a long time. It takes till the 1850s and thermodynamics to do that. So here's a nice article from the Journal of Chemical Engineering. This one was really good. Encourage the more astute people to read this one. So, a brief history of thermodynamics as illustrated by books and people, from the University of Illinois, Champaign-Urbana, 2020. The history of thermodynamics is briefly reviewed with a particular focus on phases, phase equilibria, and the three laws. These themes are illustrated by tracing some of the books and people that played important roles in their development, including Robert Boyle, Sadi Carnot, Charles uh, Cagniard de la Tour, Emile Clapeyron, Julius Robert van Meyer, Hermann van Helmholtz, Rudolf Clausius, William Thomson, Lord Kelvin, Thomas Andrews, James Clerk Maxwell, Josiah Willard Gibbs, Jonathan Diederik van der Waals, Francis Marie Roald, Emile Hilaire Amagat, and Walter Nernst. Paper is intended to be of use for those who wish to learn about or teach the history of thermodynamics. In addition, the paper may be of interest to those who wish to consult or collect the original documents that first announced important thermodynamic discoveries. So he mentioned Boyle's law, which states that the pressure and volume of an ideal gas are inversely proportional, was announced in his book, New Experiments of Physico-Mechanical Torching of the Spring of the Air, and that was 1662. Boyle was Irish. 1662, you have the inverse relationship between pressure and volume. And Boyle's assistant was Robert Hooke, who was the president of the Royal Society before Newton. I think Newton has a bunch of problems with Hooke, and those things are well known. here are diagrams Hooke's um, from Boyle's book, and you can see the exhaustive measurements where he's measuring pressure and volume and at various levels to plotting out um, that would be plottable in a Cartesian plane to notice some sort of relationship. But like Galileo, that he made extensive measurements and then noticed a trend in the correlations. Um, there's not much major developments in thermodynamics till the 1800s. As I said, the steam engine comes out in 1700, and there's a lot of advancement in the technology of the steam engine. Um, and there's a lot of advancements in mathematics and calculus, but there's not much advancement actually in the 1700s in terms of that. Like there was more advancements in the 1600s than the 1700s. So the 1800s, you have Charles Canegrat de la Tour became the first to observe critical phenomenon by listening to the sound of a rolling quartz ball in a sealed heated vessel containing some alcohol. At a certain temperature, the ball seemed to rebound at each percussion as if no longer surrounded by a fluid. He then carried out experiments in U-tubes, not YouTube, but U-tubes. You can see the apparatus here, the U-tube. And then you have Carnot, Sadi Carnot, and his father, I guess, was a general, and he liked like Sufi wisdom, and the name like Sadi gave him like a Middle Eastern name based on like Sufi stuff or something like that. But Carnot was not that mathematical. Um, Carnot comes up with the cycle of work for the engine in terms of the relation between pressure and volume, and what we're going to call the conversion of heat energy to mechanical energy. And so the steam engine was based, I mean, the steam engine purpose was to convert heat energy to mechanical energy in the term of like a piston of a train or a steamship, where the heat would expand pistons and those pistons would move mechanical gears that cause the engine to move. But there was not a formulation because Newton did not create his conservation principles around energy. Newton created his conservation principles around force and Descartes or momentum. That Newton had the conservation of momentum and not the conservation of energy. So now generally we've unified the conservation of momentum and energy, and the conservation of energy is seen as more important than the conservation of momentum, because energies of different forms could be converted into each other. Electrical energy and mechanical energy and thermodynamic energy, and vice versa, that you could convert mechanical energy into heat energy. And that's the understanding of friction. Friction was not understood originally as a conversion to heat energy. And you could, like electro dams, you could convert mechanical energy into electric energy. But these conservation of energy laws didn't come out till the mid 1800s. And so Carnot, here you have the famous Carnot cycle that, anyone who's taken thermodynamics knows the plot here, and it explains the basic process of the conversion of thermodynamic energy into mechanical energy in terms of the graph for the different cycle where that would be related to the piston, to the expansion of the gas and going back to a cycle. And so Carnot had just given somewhat like a verbal explanation. So it was a man named Clapper, Clapeyron, who formalized it into calculus. And that was in terms of, I think, volume and pressure. Is the Carnot cycle heat? Is it dq ds, or the Carnot cycle is volume and pressure? So I think the Clapeyron equations you see, it has Q, but Clapeyron's paper showed that the latent heat of a phase transition was proportional to the slope of the coexistence curve separating two phases in pressure temperature diagram, a relationship now known as the Clapeyron equation. Rudolf Classius derived an equation equivalent
Looks
to the,
like the cycle is denoted on a pressure volume diagram. Is that what you're asking about?
yeah. But volume is meters cubed. Or is the derivative integral? I mean, I know you do integrals and derivatives for the heat cycles and the Carnot cycles. I'm not sure if it was time to energy or the results, but just this formalization of the Carnot cycle wasn't done by Carnot itself. It was done by Clapeyron. And they say Clapeyron showed that the latent heat of a phase transition was proportional to the slope of the coexistence curve separating two phases in pressure temperature diagram, dp dt. So it's a time relation. The diagram. So it's like Newton, where the Carnot cycle is on pressure versus volume plot, but it's integrated or derivative by time. So Clausius derived an equivalent equation in 1850. This equation is strictly true only when the vapor obeys the ideal gas law. The heat equation of vaporization is temperature independent of the volume of the liquid is small compared to that of the gas. The symbol Q for heat and the symbol R for the ideal gas constant were invented by Clapeyron in this paper. So you see Clapeyron, the first use of the symbol R for the ideal. So the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT. So say the relationship between P and V goes back to Boyle, but the ideal gas law, which also could be written as a differential equation, but that doesn't come from Clapeyron. So it'll be actually Maxwell that eventually formalized this in the popular form of differential equations that's used today. So then you have Julius Rupert van Mayer, who comes up with the first law of thermodynamics and the mechanical equivalent of heat. And this becomes important for the work concept and the relationship of heat energy mathematically to Newtonian laws, where you have this concept of energy, that energy is Newtonian in the sense that energy is force times distance, but that this energy is conserved, and the conservation could be conserved over form, and that you have the mechanical equivalent of heat. And so Van Mayer was the first to calculate the mechanical equivalent of heat, a rather unsound paper 1842. The claim, Mayer said, he incorrectly states the claim in the first paper in 1842 that energy, which he called force, at that time he was using the word force for energy, could be converted into other forms. This statement is not equivalent to the conservation law. It said that Mayer's 1842 article, this is the sort of paper no scientist would look at twice unless he were in search of a reason to deny priority to someone else. In 1845, he follows it up and displays a far better grasp of physics but was rejected by a local science paper. And Mayer gives his derivation of the mechanical value of heat, which was based on the heat generated upon compressing air. He found that 1 kilocalorie equaled 600, 365 kilogram meters. Um, the modern value is 427. So kilogram meters. Then you have the first law of thermodynamics is independently determined by multiple people: Helmholtz, Kolding, Joule, and Mayer. There you see Helmholtz 1847 book announcing his independent formulation of the first law of thermodynamics. Helmholtz became a doctor because he needed the money, serve in the army, but he still studied physics. Helmholtz 1847 submitted his results on the conservation of energy for publication in a scientific journal, but it was rejected because it's non-experimental character. He therefore decided to publish it in 1847 in a book form. Helmholtz's derivation of the conservation of energy was based on the impossibility of perpetual motion and the Newtonian model of forces, but he went well beyond just articulating the conservation principle. He also showed how to apply the principle to real phenomenon. Thus, he applied the principle to deduce the mechanical equivalence of heat, to understand how irradiation with light can produce thermal and chemical effects, and to analyze the work that can be done with electrical currents. In all, Helmholtz's book gave the first comprehensive statement of the first law of thermodynamics, that all modes of energy, heat, light, electricity, and all chemical phenomenon are capable of transformation from one to the other, but are indestructible and cannot be created. The first law of thermodynamics determines that energy can neither be created or destroyed, which is generally seen as the first law of conservation of energy. She's noting that Newton didn't have a conservation of energy; he had a conservation of momentum, and he didn't have. They had some elements of thermodynamics. In terms of the history of engineering, thermodynamics is more important than mechanics, like throwing a ball or projectiles or things like that. Even the development of the gun and gunpowder, although there's some element of mechanics and Newtonian laws, it's more about thermodynamics, engineering, and the ability to produce mechanical energy. The thermodynamics was much more important. Newton's laws was more important for understanding celestial mechanics, and the understanding of celestial mechanics was mostly interesting to the church and spiritualists who actually cared about the movements of the planets. But in terms of engineering, there wasn't necessarily all that much you could do with Newton's laws of physics. There was a lot more you could do with thermodynamics. So the proper conservation of the universal laws of physics don't really get formulated till the 1850s with Helmholtz and the first law of thermodynamics and the conservation of energy, and then also the um, conversion of heat energy to mechanical energy. So then you just that was the main part I wanted to cover with this paper. I'll just mention quickly some of the other points about thermodynamics. The second law of thermodynamics was independently Rudolf Clausius and Lord Kelvin. And Clausius gives the name entropy in 1865, which he previously called the equivalence value or transformational content of the body. And to some sense, entropy has a similarity to potential energy in mechanical energy, in that it balances the equations. Um, there's much more advancement in heat and then from there heat becomes understood as actually the motion of particles, and there's a lot more advancement in the theory of heat and thermodynamics and entropy. Um, you have Gibbs free energy. And just to mention real quick here, the last point I wanted to make from this thermodynamics, so I'm going to come back to it, and the future developments of thermodynamics are important, but they're really the end of what I wanted to get for the panpsychism or the dualism, the concept of these universal mathematical laws of physics. So the Scottish scientist James Clerk Maxwell is best known for his work on the theory of electromagnetic radiation and the kinetic theory of gases, but he also made important contribution to thermodynamics. In 1871, he wrote The Theory of Heat, one of a series of books intended for school children and the interested layperson. The book is subtitled Adapted for the Use of the Artisans and Students in Public Science School. Um, the Theory of Heat contained an excellent account for the subjects of heat and thermodynamics, but it also contained much new science. Among these are the Maxwell relations, which are the partial differential equations that show the relationship between thermodynamic variables, pressure, volume, entropy, and temperature. This book also contained the first appearance in print of Maxwell's sorting demon, a member of the class of very small but lively beings incapable of doing work but able to open and shut valves, which move without friction or inertia and thereby defeat the second law of thermodynamics. In the theory of heat, uh, presented Maxwell's initial theory for the location of the straight line proportion of the curve that describes the volume pressure isotherm of gas liquid system. His initial hypothesis was that the position of the horizontal line maximizes the difference between the intrinsic energy of the substance in the gaseous and liquid states. 4 years later, in 1875, Maxwell reformulated the theory in the form now known as Maxwell's construction of the equal area rule. Finally, the theory of heat also contained the first explicit statement of the transitive nature of thermal equilibrium, later to be called the zeroth law of thermodynamics. The presence of all these innovations is remarkable for a book meant for non-scientists. So, Gibbs makes further advancements on it, van der Waals, and the nature of the understanding of thermodynamics diverges. But the main point I wanted to stress this week was the creation of the universal mathematical laws of physics and the conservation of energy principle that comes from thermodynamics, not Newtonian mechanics, although Newtonian mechanics now is better understood within the thermodynamic understanding of the conservation of energy, even though it's based on the conservation of momentum, and then the conservation of energy principle from thermodynamics becomes a base principle of the conservation of all energy and the conversion of one form of energy to the other. And I really, I had studied, like, Jennifer has a degree in physics. I took quite a bit of physics courses. They don't really teach you the history of physics. Sometimes they'll mention the laws, or there'll be a little write up of the names or the progression of ideas, but it's more about the Cartesian understanding of mathematical universal laws of nature. And so when you take physics, you largely just learn the current understanding of what the universal laws, mathematical laws of nature are. But the reason I covered this, and I'm probably, might even be a few more weeks of this, uh, because it's a complicated topic, is actually because I want to circle back to panpsychism. And so the element to say, well, what is physics? What are these universal laws of material nature telling us? And then where does panpsychism fit in? Or where does dualism fit in? And then even saying Michelson Morley is actually after all of these developments, that through everything I mentioned, the universal uh, laws and the conservation of energy principles, Michelson Morley's not till the turn of the 20th century Until then, ether was the mainstream theory. People mentioned in the chat that even Einstein or some of the earlier uh, creators of quantum mechanics still believed in an ether. Um, and that's somewhat more a question of metaphysics than physics. And that's why I wanted to go back to the Cartesian dualistic aspect, where physics cannot tell you about qualities. Qualities are like your modern day Platonic forms, where it would appear that your original Platonic forms was referring to geometry and geometric shapes, possibly categories and ideas. But Descartes kind of unifies the geometric form as part of the material aspect of physics. And he says the teleological, the purpose, and the qualitative aspects, that's a non physical property. And so when we circle back to panpsychism, monism, and dualism, um, you have to understand the creation of physics in modern materialistic science, and you have to understand, at least historically, in terms of dualism, why they believe that the universal laws of material nature would not be able to offer any insight on qualitative properties. And hence they were either dualist, monist, or panpsychist, because they necessitated dualism, panpsychism, or monism for explanations of the origins of qualitative properties.
Are you saying that that's the case today, that we're explaining qualitative properties with panpsychism?
Well, this would be kind of um, the what's the name of the mind chat guy again? Philip Goff, the Philip Goff school, where he said there's largely unknown, and of the theories that explain the unknown origins of qualitative properties is basically panpsychism, monism, and dualism. So within materialism, you have emergentism, and that materialism would, within materialism, we talked about last week, you have two, or the last few weeks, you have two main schools of emergentism and eliminativism. And the eliminativism would be that qualitative properties don't actually exist, that there is no factual qualitative properties. It's a product of mind. It's subjective. Material physics is objective. Um, Qualitative properties are subjective, and simply that product of the human mind. Possibly you could have language and the common understanding of qualitative properties, but that's all it is. And from the, or you could conceptually have some sort of emergentism where you believe that there is some sort of universal form that emerges from the material and is somehow more than the material. And then it's hard to distinguish between what is emergentism, what's the difference between emergentism and dualism or panpsychism or monism, or is so like majority of modern materialistic science are emergencists. There's more evidence among the eliminativists. But if you're not from the materialistic school, so I mean, this is what Philip Goff would say. Like materialism cannot explain qualitative properties like consciousness. Qualia, you know, comes from the same word as qualitative, and so it's related to the the hard problem of consciousness. And um, however, it's not just consciousness that we're talking about. The fundamental precursors of science, we're not just talking about the hard problem of consciousness, we're talking about qualitative properties in general. and to say, is there actually such a phenomenon of qualitative properties? And if there is, what's the origin of them? And so
Sure.
I said you have materialism, and so materialism you could eliminate eliminativism where you eliminate qualitative properties, or emergentism where you believe somehow that qualitative properties arise from quantitative properties. And then besides that, you have the three main philosophical schools that existed in ancient, from ancient times, of dualism, panpsychism, and monism. And there's some overlap that panpsychism is generally not a school. So I mean, like you have monism, dualism, and materialism, and panpsychism could actually be part of any of those three. You could have a form of materialistic panpsychism related to emergence, where panpsychism is emergent material property and not fundamental. You could have a dualistic panpsychism where psychism is universally fundamental, but it's not material at all. It's part of a completely separate realm. Or you could have a monistic panpsychism where you have, there's multiple forms of monism. Um, but so I said you have your Ethereum monism, and I'm sorry, you have your Ethereum monism, where the monad is part of space itself, and then you have your in that material and spiritual derives from this, whatever your monad is, your primordial substance that gives rise to both material and spirit. And mention your autonomous monism, where you have empty space, and then within the empty space, the monad exists as a primordial particle that gives rise to material and spiritual. But then that in that case, psychism doesn't exist in empty space. Psychism only exists in matter. And the reality is, there's very little evidence or reason necessarily to believe in any of these theories more than the other.
Metaphysical parsimony is the reason.
Well, I would say they're metaphysical schools, but there's no real.
No, metaphysical parsimony is the reason to choose one over the other. If two theories explain data the same way and one is half as complicated as the other, you go with the simpler one. That's metaphysical parsimony. So that you could theoretically decide that way, but then you need someone to adjudicate over.
Yeah, I'm saying there is no
what does it
adjudication.
mean for something to be metaphysically simple or whatever?
Yeah, so there is
and then
no
that's a problem.
there is no
actual
metaphysical
agreement on that.
parsimony between monism, dualism, panpsychism, and materialism, or at least no commonly accepted metaphysical parsimony between monism, dualism, materialism, panpsychism.
Yeah, you'd have to interpret it.
And there's not even clearly a direction in the research. If it's a metaphysical claim that can't be proved,
no one is trying to establish the truth of any metaphysical claims, because no one's acknowledging on what level the claims are metaphysical. Because people are married to this idea that, I have a presuppositionless ontology, whatever the hell that means, and it makes it very hard to have a conversation of any meaning.
Well, meaning in terms of, you get back to the nature of qualitative properties. And it's like, is there a science of qualitative properties, and say that qualitative properties are not subject to science? And that's the Cartesian distinction, and that Philip Goff puts in his book Galileo's Error, that says that no, science is only in the bound of material universal laws of physics, of nature, and has nothing to say about qualitative properties. Logic, you would say that logic still has something to say about qualitative properties, that qualitative properties might be bound by the laws of logic. However, they're not bound by the laws of mathematics or universal laws. And there's even a dispute. It's an interesting dispute of the nature of logic, that you generally say, okay, mathematics has nothing to say about qualitative properties. Some would put that logic has nothing to say about quantitative, that logic is purely for qualitative, not quantitative. Some would say that logic is universal to qualitative and quantitative. Or you could have people that try to put logic together on one side, qualitative or quantitative. Um, but you know, like Aristotelian logic presumably also functions for qualitative properties, but not
Yeah,
in the same.
something is either red or not red. Absolutely.
Yeah, but I'm saying there is a school to say logic also, that qualitative properties are not subject to logic either. So
I think even the claims that they are, I mean, I don't think anyone should give credence to those claims without evidence. And I don't know where the evidence is for those claims.
we can't produce any evidence because I mean all these things are subject to the hard problem of consciousness. So to say that if logic, if red, we don't even notice, so the quality of red to say it even exists, and then to say what would be the nature of red that it could be subject to logic. You say, well, there is a fundamental quality of red, and that's subject to a rule of logic to say like red and not red. And as if you want to quantifiably define red in terms of like a wavelength, but that's not the quality of red. And so if red is just the property of mind, and if what I think is red and you think of green, and there's no real method to use logic on these qualities.
Okay, the problem is with the mind independent existence, I guess. Like, does the qualities of mind independent existence, like, where does the red start? Is it intrinsic to the object, or is it something your eye does? Or because if it's something your eye does, it's sort of hard to see where that would be mind independent. But if it's something the shirt does, well, then it's hard to see how it wouldn't be mind independent.
Was if it's
So, I mean, I can tell you what my system does, but generally, no, these questions aren't answered in those domains that you just listed there.
yes, I mean these are, even in terms of, you said metaphysical parsimony, it's unclear even which is more parsimonious.
Exactly. Because there's no like group of people working on answering those questions. So,
And then, I mean, you
even
could
if you
say
did
that
attempt to do that, you'd probably have different opinions on what it meant for something to be parsimonious.
I mean, it's related to language also. That say you could have logic.
Metaphysical parsimony is, excuse me, metaphysical parsimony to me isn't really related to language because it's about formulas and models and mechanics and stuff.
Was saying that language, the rules of language are logical, but language itself is not logical, in the sense they say that qualitative properties are expressed through logic, I mean through language, and if you define quantitatively qualitative property, it comes down to purpose. They say that qualitative properties are related to teleology and purpose. And like the least action principle is related to material science and the elimination of purpose, where you the least action is not really a teleology. So if you have an explanation, well, why? Well, why? Because of
Hold
Least
up, hold up. Least action is not a teleology. It is, though. It's telling you something about the formation of matter. Dictatorial rule over the evolution of matter. I mean, if that's not teleological, what is?
Yes, you can't derive purpose from quantitative properties. You can only derive purpose from qualitative properties, and you can't derive qualitative from quantitative. So the most parsimonious is the eliminativist aspect that just eliminates qualitative properties and purpose. So qualitative aspects are factually not accurate, are non-descriptive, and there is no purpose. That would appear to be the eliminativism is the most parsimonious, but by saying that
Yeah,
okay,
if you're trying to deny purpose, it makes sense to, deny purpose. I get it.
but he's saying no, I mean, you can't just eliminate purpose. Your purpose exists in mind. Qualitative properties exist in mind and language and could be expressed and shared and mutually understood through language, and to just eliminate it may be a step too far.
Well, it hasn't really bore any viable fruit in 2,500 years to assert properties as fundamental, so it might be worth abandoning at least that particular inordinately failed experiment.
Well, I'm saying properties is fundamental. I'm saying that's the idea of panpsychism, dualism, or monism, to explain the
I
origin
mean,
of
no.
qualitative properties.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that there are fundamental properties in the system. Whatever's fundamental could not be property. And then the
Or
properties come
the
in later on.
fundamental quality of the object is fundamental, but its origin is not material. And
Sorry?
that's the fundamental property of objects is not a property
You're presupposing objects exist, right? So you're sort of sneaking in metaphysics by asserting objects.
yeah, I'm saying objects exist because of panpsychism, dualism, or monism. I mean, that's the hydomorphism of Aristotle, form plus function, and that the form is not part of the material. The form is superimposed from some other realm, and that other realm that superimposes the form is explained in terms of either dualism, panpsychism, or monism. And then form determines function.
Daryl had to jump in there. Objects do exist. That's not a presupposition. Well, there you have it, folks. We all know Daryl thinks straight lines are real, so.
Well, no, that's the problem, is you can't derive. I mean, that was, Descartes tried to work with that approach and saying you could define an object in terms of geometric, that if you have some form of Cartesian definition of space, you could define the object by the space that it's bounded in.
Yeah, so now you're presupposing two constructs, objects and space.
Well, no, I say if you accepted Descartes' presupposition.
There you go, yeah. So we're listing those presuppositions. So the people that claim there's no presuppositions in this stuff, It's just not a fact. There are presuppositions. Just because you're habituated to presuppositions doesn't make them not presuppositions. So it's just better to sort of be honest about it.
Yeah, and then you still have the problem of spooky action at a distance and these various things. But you have, to some extent, universal scientific laws that work. You're saying, well, what is an object? What is mass? How do you measure these things? And with a certain acceptance of, so that's why I say that science is Cartesian science. Modern science is the materialistic aspect of Cartesian science that has eliminated the mind aspect. But all modern science accepts these Cartesian suppositions.
Right.
And even the Newton, that I mean the
and this is I'm arguing. You don't understand that I'm arguing that this is a problem, right?
Well, I don't know, problem or why that.
Well, when I was writing about straight lines being an issue in the Euclidean paradigm, this is part of that issue.
Well, I say a problem. So the problems that we took human birth, the problems are limited. The problem of empiricism, that they're saying it's a problem that we don't understand our surroundings or ourselves. If you want to say that's a problem, you're saying, so well, I'm not bothered the fact that I don't understand myself or my surroundings. It might bother you, but it doesn't bother most people. Or you want to say it's a philosophical problem, but maybe to the extent, what does it mean that it's a problem? You may be more.
I suppose in this case, it's when you want to use tech to improve something that through your own experience, you've decided could be better.
I mean, just to call it a problem. To call it a problem makes a whole bunch of presuppositions. You call it a mystery. You call it uncertainty.
And then you're into the conventions of language, which is awesome.
Well, just the factor that you call it a problem seems to unnecessarily make a whole bunch of presuppositions. You're saying there's uncertainty and unknown. I'll say uncertainty is problematic, then you're probably making too much.
There's a problem on the level that you're always interpreting anything that's not self-evident.
Well, I mean, nothing's self-evident. I'm saying that uncertainty is the natural order. So if you say uncertainty is problematic, and therefore the mind, society, people formulate ideas to try to eliminate uncertainty. However, we are continually unsuccessful at eliminating uncertainty, even in the terms of the most basic laws of physics and science.
We're getting better at it, though. We're not successful, but we improve our efficiency over time, and that's evolution. So that's I think, a really good way to look at evolution as a thermodynamic process.
It's not even clear that we've decreased uncertainty.
Well, it depends on what level you want to look at it. I mean, if you look at the history of math, it's pretty clear we've had some serious advances in our capacity to use technology through mathematics. Like, look, we're on a computer right now. Not that everybody can do that, but still.
Well, people don't have. I mean, most almost have to know how to make the technology to utilize the technology. And even problematic is saying, well, people just use the resources they have in front of them and don't necessarily put thought into the making acquisition of the resource. So saying that almost everyone has a cell phone and a computer these days, very few people know how they work.
And but they can operate them.
Is there any benefit?
The point is that they can operate them. Whereas a couple centuries ago, you're looking at people operating farm equipment mostly. Not that there's anything wrong with it. It's just you are not going to convince me that that's not connected to some type of mathematical progress. And also physics.
I did. So that's why I've been arguing. It's all connected to Descartes. That's why Descartes is the founder of basically the modern West.
I mean, that's That's another one of your big assertions, but I'm happy to say
Universal
I
laws,
probably largely agree with
universal
you on that.
scientific mathematical laws of nature are Descartes' innovation. Just happened to be his first formulations of them were incorrect, and he also was a dualist and believed in another realm. But his conception of the material realm having universal mathematical laws and descriptors uh, is the foundation of the modern West. And he's just a name. I'm so okay that I mentioned a whole
I
bunch of
really
other
think
ones.
you could argue it's thermodynamics led to the automotive and
Well, I told
steam
you that
steam
came.
engine revolution over the car. You're not going to convince me thermodynamics came out of the Cartesian plane because those concepts are fundamentally not. It just doesn't come out of a purely Cartesian framework to think that way about thermo. It's essentially
Didn't
a
I cover? I mean,
statistical
didn't I spend
model.
like half an hour going over that in the beginning? And like Descartes is in the early 1600s. Thermodynamics develops in the mid 1800s.
I'm just saying, I
And
think it's too broad of an assertion. It's a good assertion. It's a good start. It's just too broad because the assertion's more true for someone like Leibniz due to what I
I
said about
mentioned that
Vinci.
Helmholtz and then Maxwell complete the Cartesian. Like Carnot came up with the cycle, and then it was Clapeyron that formulated the differential equation. That
Clapeyron? Are you talking about Clausius? No, I'm just not sure if I
before
recognize the name.
Clausius, I mentioned the name Clapeyron was the person who formulated the Carnot cycle in mathematical language and put it on the coordinate system of dp/dv, and then Clausius further developed the equations of entropy. But it was
Fundamental concept in that is microstate.
by saying that
Microstates evolve in space. Has nothing to do with Cartesian plane. That just has to do with degrees of freedom, intrinsic degrees of freedom, which is closer connected to the periodic table.
no, it's Descartes' unification of algebra and geometry. I mean, Descartes
You're
didn't have
overstepping.
calculus.
You're conceptually overstepping. I mean, there's just not enough there to attribute it all to Descartes.
The unification of algebra and geometry. I mean, you had
No, I think
Bowler.
that's all right. You could probably do that. I mean, I think it might be a bit unfair because you could argue that someone like Gauss had made inroads to unifying algebra and geometry as well.
I'm not trying to create like a Descartes fan club here.
No, I know. I'm just
I'm just
trying to
doing the
like get it,
research as
help you
saying that
out here.
Descartes comes up with the fundamental conception that's the basis for all modern science, and that's the concept of universal mathematical physics laws and the Cartesian plane that unifies algebraic equations with geometric representation. And even the first law of thermodynamics in that's a reassertment of Descartes, and then you have Maxwell and Clapeyron that formulated the differential equations that would be able to mathematize these laws that could be put on a Cartesian plane. And so that when you
And
have
putting
modern
them on
day,
the Cartesian plane is an afterthought to the underlying statistical model, which is about exploring microstates, and the one with the least energy being the statistically most likely. See how it statistically keeps coming up? Because the whole idea is that it's on a distribution that you're integrating over later on. This is fundamentally describing a physical process, though, which
yeah,
doesn't
but there's
really
more
have
to it
anything
than
to
just
do with
Descartes.
the Cartesian plane.
But I'm saying that just the understanding of the unification of scientific laws under conservation principles is the Cartesian project. When you're saying you're looking for a theory of everything that would be a unification of the mathematical laws of nature, that's the Cartesian project. The theory of everything is the completion of the Cartesian materialistic project.
Interesting. Do you want to go through this reincarnation thing more, or you want to roll here with this idea?
It's a long article. I could read parts of it. There's a lot of interesting things in it. I mean, did you have a week in review stuff to share? Did you want to do that first?
Not too much. I mean, I have the diagram that I showed you before.
Well, is that it?
No. But that's pretty much it, because this article, someone in the chat shared, Sully there, experimental indications of non-classical brain functions. So it looked like it was on the way to being some sort of a quantum model. I'm not sure, but I'm increasingly more interested in the biophysics angle. And I've looked back through my textbooks and stuff, and there is a pretty good model from a medical perspective for consciousness, but I think like sort of should be a simplified sub-medical, sort of maybe more of a pragmatic model of consciousness. So yeah.
I was solely saying non-Cartesians can do science. Yeah, what? I mean, I'm not saying you could have an alternative view of science. I'm just saying that if you believe that there's such a thing as a universal law of physics, you're intrinsically a Cartesian, or if you're going to use some form of calculus and put it on a Cartesian plane, that you're Cartesian. I mean, you might be able to argue like you're not Cartesian and you're just using some of his innovations, and say like well, like you have to reject universal laws of mathematical laws of nature to be non-Cartesian. And if you wanted to strictly define it like that, I think you could. But I mean, they're just words. It doesn't really matter. It's like, I hate Descartes, everything he stood for. And yes, I believe in universal laws of science, and I can't name someone else who came up with it before him. However, I'm not a Cartesian scientist. And it'd be like, yes, you are. So it may be a distinction. Doesn't really matter if it's a historical distinction. We're just saying like, he gets credit because he came up with the idea first, and you're using that idea. You're a Cartesian scientist, whether you like it or not. So I mean, it may not make a difference.
This is sounding suspiciously a lot like you can't refute the law of non-contradiction without affirming it first. It's just
no, I'm talking about the progression of ideas. I'm not talking about something logical, because if you're just saying that I don't like Descartes, I don't consider myself a.
Just are you talking about me being opposed? Because like I don't know where you got the idea that I'm anti-Descartes. I hope that's not what you're saying.
No, I thought Sully in the chat was talking about non-Cartesian science, and I'm not sure in the modern day if what would be an example of non-Cartesian science.
Well, if your definition is science is a set of universal laws, it's pretty broad. If your definition is science has to be described by a bunch of equations on a Cartesian plane, well, that's extremely a lot more specific of an assertion.
I mean, if you put the two levels together, that the universal laws of nature described mathematically, that could be fitted to, and then you add on to that, could be fitted to a Cartesian plane, connecting the geometry and the algebraic equations. And so you're saying the level where like, no, like I'm not Cartesian, I don't believe in universal laws. I think that there's a separate law that describes different features and they don't overlap. There is no such thing as universal laws. F you, Descartes. Or
okay.
You're going back like, no, I'm an Aristotelian physicist.
I'm not an Aristotelian.
I believe in qualitative explanations.
I don't think he was right about, literally, I have yet to see one thing Aristotle was right about. One thing.
What, in physics or metaphysics or ethics?
In literally anything.
Well, I mean,
but I don't really think it's fair to. I don't think it's fair to just characterize me as having a grudge against Descartes, because I have a lot of respect for calculus. I think calculus is an amazing institution and advancement, and I think you need
Well,
You
Descartes isn't
absolutely
that's Newton.
needed, you,
I mean,
I
Descartes
know,
is the
I know,
precursor
but
for
the,
calculus.
you
Descartes
needed
isn't
the
calculus.
car. I know, but it's a necessary. The Cartesian system is a necessary precondition, in my opinion, for calculus. Okay, so obviously, I'm not anti Descartes. The question is a little different than that. But don't you see how it's a bit of a false equivalence to say, well, everything is law like versus everything is law like and it can be described in an equation in this particular parameters, blah, blah, blah. Like, what if it's law like and it can't be described with an equation? What then?
Well, I'd put it three levels: universal laws of nature. You could add in that conservation principle, and then the next level would be universal laws of nature that are describable by mathematical equations. And then the step further, universal laws of nature describable by mathematical equations that could be mapped up on to the Cartesian coordinate system.
Yep.
And it's saying modern science basically accepts all three of those.
Yeah.
If you could be a non, I mean, because Newton, I mean, and like I've demonstrated the history of saying like where Newton, I mean, Descartes is just the originator of the idea. Really, it's Newton who standardizes it by being the head of the Royal Society. So I mean, and Newton rejects him. He's a former Cartesian. He's a critic of Descartes, and he correctly asserts that Descartes was wrong about the majority of his conclusions, but still the overall framework for understanding and moving forward science is Cartesian, and Newton was able to canonize and institutionalize that at the Royal Society, and basically all of the developments in the next 200 years occurred through the Royal Society and the canonization that Newton made when he was head of the Royal Society. So, I mean, Maxwell, um, I mean, some of these people like Carnot is in France, but all of these people are part through the various Royal Societies. Science is made at the Royal Society, and it's under that framework. So, I mean, it really is canonized in that way that if you wanted to advance science, you had to appear before the Royal Society, you had to submit your paper had to be accepted, and it was accepted in the nature of, and even you saw, like I read in the paper, a lot of these people who came up with the ideas were rejected because they didn't fulfill the second and third part of the rigorous mathematical explanation and formulation. Like Carnot himself did not mathematize the Carnot cycle, is remembered as the Carnot cycle, but he was not able to formulate. It was Clapeyron that was able to give it a proper mathematical scientific formulation. And Carnot's important because they were able to engineer the result of his ideas before they were able to um, correctly formulate the understanding. Nowadays, it's usually the other way around, where the mathematics comes before the engineering, and and then it was later. It wasn't until 1865 that you had the conservation of energy, or even the understanding of conversion of heat energy to mechanical energy, and that uprooted some of Newton because Newton had conservation of momentum, and Newton didn't have a mechanism for the conservation. Newton really only talked about mechanical energy and didn't have a mechanism for um, the conversion of energy. But Newton's system of calculus, Cartesian science, was able to incorporate thermodynamics once they were able to describe it in terms of conversion to mechanical energy, and then they gave it the unit, the joule, and joule and Kelvin and all these names of the units. As said, the linking element is that all members of the Royal Society. And I also want to research, get more on that to like demonstrate the importance of the Royal Society, and saying that science, modern Western science, was literally developed at the Royal Society, like exclusively. Like over 90% of the big names who did these things were members of the Royal Society.
Okay.
And you even
Sort of.
mentioned like Ramanujan. Like Ramanujan was smart enough that he found his way to the Royal Society on his own. Ramanujan on his own sought his way to the Royal Society.
It looks like there's a question in chat about a definition for the word law. It really depends on the domain. Like, if you're talking about breaking the law and going to court, it's pretty clear there's a set definition for what a law is there. But we're talking, in this case, about whether there's some sort of permanent disposition in the universe. That would be a law. And then there's another question about, like, how much can we know about the law? Is it descriptive? Is it predictive? What's the difference between the present? What's the difference between the present and the future? No, is it descriptive or predictive is the important distinction. A prescriptive would be a moral inclination, which is a level of abstraction on top of the state of affairs. It's just an inclination towards the affairs. So I hope that's clear. Yeah. In terms of science, the law is the mathematical version of a particular operating principle of a domain. So we have the concept of the least action principle. So these things would not be considered laws per se, but in science, there's this presumption that laws exist, and more specifically, that you can break things down into a cause and effect understanding. Okay. So the law would be, if you're some type of realist, the law is the thing you're discovering, which is sort of misunderstanding the spirit of science, which is falsifiability, in the sense that a more metaphysically simplistic theory that described or predicted this set of affairs more accurately ought to be able to, on the force of its logic, displace the extant model. And in fact, that model should be designed to be tolerant to these types of like displacements or whatever. So anyway.
Yeah, so
when you start to talk about laws in physics, you are sort of opening the door to what ultimately reduces to, I think, a philosophical discussion. Please go ahead, Doooovid.
Yeah, so the law terminology is borrowed from legalities in philosophy, because you didn't really have a concept of universal laws of science till Descartes. And so legal laws, you could obviously break the law. You shouldn't steal, but you could steal, and then it's against the law and you'd be punished later. And so the understanding of what societal laws are, or the law, you have to pay your taxes, but you may not pay your taxes. You might get away with it. You might not get away with it and punished later, as opposed to the universal scientific laws. You can't break them and get punished later, like gravity or something. Like, you don't break the law of gravity when you throw something in the air. That's part of the universal law of gravity that allows you to, if the force is larger than the force of gravity, you can throw something up, but it's still applicable to the universal law of gravity. Even though an object may temporarily go up, it's still under the force of gravity. And so it's somewhat ironic that we use the word law and say the law was probably taken from politics to science, that they probably borrowed the word law that had precursor uses in politics to science. It means different things than just to make a point on a conception of karma. Karma would be more scientific in that nature than legalistic. So you say, okay, like thou shalt not murder as a law. However, I mean, God forbid murder, but like thou shalt not, curse. But dang it, you could curse, and maybe it was I broke the law and I'll be punished for it, but it didn't stop me from doing it. So karma would be like physics, or gravity, in the sense that, okay, maybe there was a force that allowed me to throw something up in the air that's eventually going to come down, through a conservation of energy. That karma would be like, okay, that you shouldn't do these things, but you can do these things. But when you do these things, there's an equal and opposite reaction that will eventually be balanced out. And not to say, like, okay, you shouldn't steal doesn't mean you can't steal. It just means you'll be punished for stealing. And if you do steal, it's going to uh, cause the accumulation of bad karma that will eventually be conserved by causing bad action to return to yourself, which is different than legalistic law of just things prescribed. You shouldn't steal, but there might be a mechanism of a legal system to punish a person or to return property to the rightful owner, or even in some cases, like the US system, like you shouldn't kill, but sometimes people kill and they get away with it because the legal system has um, measures of how you convict or prosecute a person, and if those can't be met, then the person can't be punished. But my historical supplication would be that historically the word predates its use for politics and governance, and the word was borrowed towards science. So that's the confusion, not the other way around. That they really couldn't come up with a better word than law for science, so they borrowed the political word.
Hmm. Interesting etymology there. So I don't know if you agree with the concept that like imposing a falsifiability criterion on science precludes the notion of an like absolute discovery, or the discovery of absolute laws, because that would imply they were no longer falsifiable. So there always has to be some way for a better theory to be presented if you're operating under the falsifiability like paradigm or criterion, or however you want to describe it. Do you see what I'm saying there?
We would say discover, in the sense that absolute laws imply mind independence. So something like gravity, you say that.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the concept of falsifiability being at odds with the concept of an absolute law, which would be unfalsifiable. And falsifiability is integral to the paradigm of modern science.
You mean falsifiable by the human mind?
Falsifiable as in like, well, your theory's really great, but here's another one that's even better, kind of thing. Or you thought your theory was right, but then we did this new experiment, and then by the force of this new experiment, we realized actually it was wrong on this whatever. Those are two hypothetical ways in the current paradigm of science something might be falsified. Although in the first case, it's not really falsification; it's more of a displacement, a la Newton, like relative to the people that came after the quantum formulations and whatnot.
Yeah, it's a deep question of the philosophy of science. So if you're talking about the supposition of universal natural laws that even take mathematical form, and then the scientific process to discover those laws or those relationships, but those laws or relationships exist independent to people or the people that discovered them. So falsification is part of the discovery process, as opposed to the metaphysical supplication that they exist or that they're universal. And so I don't know if you're going to separate um, the metaphysical existence of these laws to the human discernment and proof or falsification of these laws.
You don't have to, but you have to somehow account for the coherence of one relative to the other. I'm still not sure. Have you actually taken my point? Like, do you agree that falsifiability and unfalsifiability are incompatible paradigms?
No, I'm not sure.
One's
Because he
literally the
falsified.
one's literally the negation of the other.
I mean, because But if those are only constructs of the human mind,
Yeah,
or you
but
say they're
if one's a
constructs of
negation of the
logic that
other,
are
they're
independent,
categorically
even if
opposed.
there was no humans and no human minds, there would still be logic and falsifiability and unfalsifiability.
I guess you're not taking my point then.
And I'm not
Um,
sure what point you're trying to make.
I'm saying that unfalsifiable and falsifiable are opposite, and something cannot be both a thing and its opposite at once. I can't believe I'm freaking quoting this in this one case where it's actually true, but you don't follow what I'm saying. It's like saying
Well, I mean, you're just saying
my
definitely that.
shirt is black, but it's also white. Does
Well, I'm
that
just
make
saying
sense?
that.
It doesn't make sense because it's a
Well, I assume it makes
contradiction
sense
in a
if you
sense.
just said a tautology.
It's a
That
performative contradiction to have something be both falsifiable and unfalsifiable.
yeah, well, okay, so what? I mean, that's just a tautology that you say about
It's
anything.
not a tautology because not everything co-arises with its negation necessarily through the process of quote reason. So yeah, there's an issue there.
And you're
So
saying that it's not because you're talking about falsifiable and unfalsifiable. It's a different tautology than if you're
okay,
talking about something and the on something of
well,
something else.
let's say we, interpret the realists charitably in saying, well, actually, science does give us access to the laws of nature. How would you falsify the laws of nature if they're always true? Well, you wouldn't, because the concept of falsifiability is built into the process of science, predicated on the unknowability of the absolute laws. And that we have to have this repeated process to see for sure and discover the things we think we know. So, yeah.
Well, I see that's where you have the levels of uncertainty. There's the level of uncertainty of the existence of universal laws at all. I mean, there's a level of uncertainty of the existence of us, me, you, the world. Then there's the uncertainty of universal laws that operate in these worlds, and then there's the uncertainty of the discernment if I mean if the world exists, if there's universal laws that govern the world, and then if these universal laws that govern the world are discernible by humans, and if they're discernible by humans, the various methods that would be applicable to the discernment of these laws. So if your falsibility is already in the fourth level of uncertainty, because the first whether we exist, the world exists at all, then you have the existence of universal laws to the potential of human understanding of discernment of those laws to the fourth level where falsibility is to the methods of human discernment of those laws.
It's a lot of levels. Not sure we need all those levels, but you think those are the.
I mean, there might even need necessitate more levels by saying where is this um, the level of falsibility that, yeah, I think that's already has to be at some fourth level of uncertainty where you're talking about human discernment of supposed universal laws in our supposed material world. And all of those levels have uncertainty.
Okay.
But if you just say for the sake of progress, you're going to negate the uncertainty of the first two, like Descartes or whatever you say, I'm going to negate any uncertainty just around the existence of the world. I'm going to negate the uncertainty around the existence of universal laws of nature. And so I'm only worried about the step of empiricism of the human discernment of those universal laws. And falsifiability comes in the method of discernment of those universal laws. So if you accept that these universal laws exist and they're discernible, falsification is just one of the methods of discernment.
Falsification is a method of discernment. Sure. So it's a huge digression, but I don't feel like you've acknowledged my point that there's a performative contradiction between unfalsifiable and falsifiable. I just find that really ironic.
I'm not sure what point you make. I mean, so what? What are you trying to tell me that they're
That necessarily we don't have access to the laws of physics in an unfalsifiable, aka absolute sense, when falsifiability is part of the scientific paradigm that precludes an absolute answer because there's always a hypothetical falsifiability condition, i.e., unfalsifiability, i.e., absolute truth, is not compatible with falsifiability. And I think, or my understanding is the logic, behind this or whatever is because it doesn't make sense to presume we'd have access to the content of, laws of the universe, whatever that means.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult because I was just doing my books this week and I covered Popper. But I mean, you have falsifiability as an ancient rule of logic that is
Yeah,
separate from
something has to be able to be proven false because otherwise you have like some, not necessarily a truth explosion per se, but something like it where you can basically make anything true. And here's our logic that is like language can already do that. So you don't need to reinvent another system where you're already doing the same function as language. Philosophy is meant to cut stuff down so that you can cut to the heart of the issue quickly.
Yeah, I mean, falsifiability is more a tool of logic than of science.
Yeah, that's actually a pretty good point.
I mean, so falsifiability existed, and I mean, you just said you didn't see one thing you agreed with Aristotle, but Aristotle is one of the founders of the falsifiability principle. I mean, that's in his Aristotelian logic.
Yeah,
But
but
that's just
I don't think that
Aristotle's
language.
not talking about falsibility
I
for
don't agree with his logical
scientific
laws.
theories.
Okay,
He's not
I think
using falsifiability for
he is
determining
indirectly.
scientific laws. He's using
Yes,
falsifiability.
the true false dichotomy is falsifiability in a different representation. Because to have a true false dichotomy is aesthetically presupposing that either is possible.
But I mean, falsifiability is a method of proof, and
It's a
it's you know
it's a concept. It's actually a little bit of an abstract concept, but I think it's a worthwhile discussion because it's not very well understood.
so I mean, falsifiability really enters later in science. That when you have Galileo, Descartes, and Newton, they're not really proposing theories and using logic and falsification that matter, and even the form of mathematics that you have a system of logic and reason where you have a concept of proof. So there is some relation in mathematics and a proof and physics and a proof, but it's unclear whether science is actually based on proofs like logical proofs like that, or the method of falsification that would be used for a logical proof is even applicable to universal laws of science. So that should mean the discernment that if you're proposing that from the human mind that maybe this is a universal law, and then you would demonstrate that it can't be wrong by falsifying it. I mean, demonstrate that that's not the correct law because you could falsify it in saying if it is a universal scientific law, it would have to work in all cases and all scenarios, and then falsify it by showing a case where it doesn't work. That's not really what I'd call science. And that's not even necessarily getting at the metaphysics of universal laws. That's more talking about the empirical method of the human discernment of these laws. And then even Newton, or the scientific method is developed by by Galileo, and Francis Bacon, also a contemporary of Descartes, um, creator of the scientific method, where falsification is not one of those early methods that really comes later with Popper, where falsification becomes a predominant element of the scientific method. But you're looking at the collection of data and the creation of a theory that fits the data. And if you have falsification and saying the production of data that doesn't fit the explanation that fit the previous data. So I mean that's already in Bacon and Galileo in that term of falsification. Um, but it's a borrowing of Aristotelian logic that the science wasn't based on the Aristotelian logic of proof. Science is not based. I mean, you have Bacon and induction and the deductive method, but it's unclear the exact connection between Aristotelian logic and science.
Yeah, the connection's not per se between those two. It's between Aristotelian logic, namely like non-contradiction, and falsifiability.
Well, I mean, the concept of proof, the Aristotelian logic in the
No,
sense.
in particular, there's the concept of falsifiability. Proof is different, and it comes into like math and science and whatnot. So that's a whole
Isn't
other can of worms.
falsifiability a form of proof or disproof?
If something is falsified, it could be considered a disproof under most paradigms, like math type paradigm.
Or there's a reverse form of proof that includes falsification.
What counts as a proof depends on your system, right? So I wouldn't consider disproving something a proof. I'd consider it a disproof. And I consider disproofs to be they're not just floating in the ether, quote unquote. They're conditional on axiom type things that disprove them. Okay, so that's what I have to say about that.
In a Cartesian material science is not directly based on Aristotelian logical proof, but is parallels and draws on it. And that's you have mostly Bacon, Francis Bacon, that was a contemporary of Descartes and Galileo in the development of the scientific method and the deductive method. So Descartes doesn't focus much on the deductive method. That's his contemporary Bacon. Newton uses the Baconian deductive method, but it's unclear. Like even Newton, he has his laws of motion. How he developed it is unclear. Whether he used the Aristotelian, and then later where you have the concept of mathematical proofs in terms of like
Oh, I think it was more of a calculus type constructivism with the integrals of the position and the connection between velocity, acceleration, and position with regards to derivatives and integrals.
that's still disputed today. The logic of mathematics. I mean, this already have Gödel's incompleteness theorem, and but even in the history of the develop of mathematics, whether they used the role of proof in science is not clear. Whether there is a role of proof in science and falsification in terms of disproof, that that's more like comes from Popper, who's a contemporary of Kuhn, where you're talking about scientific paradigms, and disproof where you have a paradigm, and then falsification that a scientific theory has to be falsifiable in the sense that but I mean that comes more from Popper in the 20th century.
Sure. I mean, I understand falsifiability to be like pretty much just part of science,
No,
whether
I
it's
mean,
acknowledged or not.
it's not. I
So
mean,
that's fine.
falsifiability is part of Aristotelian logic.
Okay, and Aristotelian logic informs modern science, so I don't see the problem.
It doesn't necessarily inform modern science.
Except that it does, because that's literally what you just said.
No, I said that comes from Popper in the 20th century, where he puts
And Popper comes
falsifiability.
from where? Not a vacuum. The Aristotelian legacy.
But even that, it's unclear that Aristotelian logic is directly related to science and empiricism. If you want to
It
say
is
the
on the level of
deductive
logic
method,
itself, true or false. Something is either true or false, and
the
science can
deductive
establish something
method
as
is
being
is not the same as
false
a
or
proof.
not false.
The deductive method is not the same thing as a proof.
I know. I was just about to say it can't establish things as true, which would be the proof. It can establish, science can establish things as a method as false or not false. And so that's where the difference is. Okay. So that's what it does. That's why
Yeah,
you
but
can't
science
prove
doesn't.
something absolutely true in science. You can only fail to prove it false for a long period of time, which becomes a convention of a law, which Daryl, for whatever reason, wants to say that an obvious convention that it couldn't possibly be a law because non-ohmic conductors exist. Ohm's law. That's like saying, what's the
Yeah,
law
but I think it's a.
supposedly about the increased transistor density? That's like calling that a law. From the singularity guy talking about that, Kurzweil, with the doubling time of whatever, a Moore's law. That's like calling Moore's law a law.
But
It's
I
not
think
a
you're.
fucking law. It's a pattern that happened to be observed. Obviously, ohmic conductors goes a little stronger than that, but there are tons of non-ohmic conductors. For it to be a law, it would have to predict all range of conductors and non-conductors in all matter and all substance and so on and so forth. So let's not get ahead of ourselves here with trying to muddy. Like, it just seems honestly like, Daryl, you're trying to muddy the water. So like maybe back up a bit and be a little more humble, buddy. Go ahead,
Yeah,
David.
well, I mean, you might be making a category error here with your logic proof in science, and saying that science is not based on proof, the metaphysical assumption that there's universal mathematical laws of nature, and then those laws are discerned through the scientific method.
Which is
But
making predictions that are either verified, which is established to be not false, or they're disproven, which is established to be false. That's what scientific method is all about.
yeah, but the presupposition is that these laws are already operating and in existence, and the scientific method is about the discernment and discovery of these laws, not the creation of these laws. These laws aren't created and constructed by logic, they're discerned and deciphered by the empirical method, the scientific method. It's not constructed by logic, they're deduced. So I mean, you're making a category error
Logic is a
between.
paradigm through which those assertions, you could argue that logic's a paradigm through which those assertions are made. I don't know if anyone's making that assertion. I'm saying it's technically accurate to describe
You're
it that way.
making a category error between
Right.
logic and the scientific method.
And you're acting like there's no connection between logic and the scientific method for no reason other than convention.
Well,
And
there
I'm
may
saying
not be. The,
I'm
the,
not
the, the
really looking
connection
at
between
convention.
logic, the connection between logic and proof and anything else in the scientific method, that's unclear whether there's any more connection between logic and proof to
Okay, how
science than
about
there is
this? Is
between
there a
logic and
logic?
proof to any
Answer
other
me
to
this.
any other thing.
Is there a logic to the scientific method?
Let me say there's a logic to everything.
Okay, what's the logic of the scientific method?
What I mean, the scientific method is logical. I don't know if there's a logic to it.
Yeah, well, there is. So
Just
if you
like
can't
everything is
assert it, I can
logical.
tell you, but it just sounds like you don't understand science.
Yeah,
So I was
but
going
you're
to ask
you're
you
you're
to
you're
assert what the
you're
logic of the scientific
asserting
method was.
you're asserting that the scientific method is more or less logical than any other field.
I'm not. I'm saying
You're
it
saying,
has a
like, I
logic.
mean,
I'm
what's
not even on the. I'm not talking about comparing logics for which one is more metaphysically whatever. I'm just talking about what's the logic.
I mean,
How does
politics,
science work? What's
music,
science?
like everything is also subject to logic and proofs and Aristotelian logic. I'm not sure if the scientific method or science is more subject to logic than anything else.
What's the scientific method?
Um, experimental replicability to
Assertion of a
deduce
hypothesis.
to
Assertion
deduce
of a
the universal laws of nature. So I'm going to
assertion
say
of a
experimental
hypothesis.
method to test nature and use the deductive method to try to discern the presupposed already existing universal laws of nature.
It's a way to
The
test
collection
predictions
of
of a
data.
model against actual data. That's what the scientific method is. Hypothesis, prediction, experiment, verification. That's it. The logic is, why do we do that? Well,
Well, the why is a human motivation. Why a human, the method is independent of the
science is
motive.
supposed to be mind independent. So why do we do science? Isn't it because it's mind independent?
Well, I mean, saying why do people in general? It may vary, or there may be no explanation.
Well,
People,
there's definitely
maybe
an
people are
explanation.
mechanical, and there is no why do people do things.
Yeah, just because there's no why doesn't mean there isn't a description of stuff. You can still describe stuff that's completely meaningless. So
I'm saying that it may have relevance or may be relevant why people do science.
So
Why I do
what
science, why
is the
I like
logic
science.
of science? Why would we do science as opposed to something else?
Yeah, I'm saying okay, the quality of life, curiosity,
No, no.
better
Those
knowledge of the
quality
material
of life and
world.
curiosity, religion solves those things, not science. So what's the point of science? What's the actual utility of science?
Well, I mean, science comes as a precursor of theology. The
Holy
purpose of
shit,
science.
holy shit, holy shit, you're completely not answering my question. Literally, please don't go to theology.
Well, because science is a subfield of theology.
It's, yeah, I know, I agree with you, but you
The
can talk
purpose
about a
of science.
subfield without referencing where it comes from. You do it all the time. It sounds like you don't even understand the point of science.
Well, I
You're
mean,
just like,
generally,
I'm saying, what's the point of science? You're saying it comes from theology. I'm like, I know that. I already don't disagree on all those things.
well, I say that if it comes from duty, that science was necessary to
No, it
predict the
doesn't.
motion of the planets, to know when the holidays were, so people would
There
know
you go.
how to
Yeah.
to fill their obligations in the service to God.
So the point of the science is to predict the future states with accurate models, right? Perhaps
So
for
the purpose of science was to be able to
celestial dating.
properly serve God.
Yeah, sure. Okay. In the manner of predicting future celestial events accurately. So science, the point of science is models that predict future states. Are you going to agree
So
on that or
originate
no?
from the theological origins
Nobody's
of science.
disagreeing on theological origins.
Yeah, that science is to predict future states or predict previous states.
Right. Well, let's just go with future states because those are the ones that are impending. And the idea in science is that the model could be replaced with a better model if it predicted the future more accurately. That's not a new concept. But do you accept that that's a concept that could be described as falsifiability, but doesn't have to be? It could be described as something else.
Well, in terms of a model, you're saying that a model has a property.
It's not a model. It's a principle of
it's
not a model. It's a principle of evaluating between models which one is correct, or
yeah,
what it means for a model to be correct.
falsifiability is in relationship to a model, not in relationship to science, or what you're calling science. Models are falsifiable.
That's right. Models are falsifiable. That's why they're not unfalsifiable. And that's why they're not absolute.
But if you differentiate between logical falsifiability or experimental falsifiability,
there's a connection. They're not the same, but they're a lot of concepts don't have a
And then
lot
you
of
say even,
substantial
you know,
meaning behind them.
falsifiability deriving from Aristotelian logic and proof versus, you want to say, a parallel falsifiability that is not part of Aristotelian logic, and you're just talking about the prediction of models and a model that falsifiability in terms of empirical data, that the model theory predicts this and the data doesn't match the prediction. And you could say that's parallel, but it's not necessarily the same as the Aristotelian logical method of proof.
No, but they're similar.
I mean, it could even just be borrowed terms. I mean, we're talking about Popper and that he's borrowing the term of falsifiability from Aristotelian logic, but actually in science, falsifiability means something slightly different.
I never said they were equivalent in their definition. What I'm saying is that the modern understanding of falsifiability in science ultimately comes from Aristotle and the principle of non-contradiction. And can be derived from that. Our modern science paradigm can be, like my understanding of it anyway, can be derived from that.
No, I don't think so. I'm saying modern falsifiability in science comes from Galileo and Bacon and the experimental method, and falsifiability from, you know, Bacon or the deductive method is talking about replicability. Falsifiability comes from the scientific method and the principle of replicability, and falsifiable essentially meaning non-replicable, not in the Aristotelian logical way. When we mean falsifiability in science, we mean something that was non-replicable, that we replicated the experiment and got a different result, therefore it's been falsified. It's not the same thing as the Aristotelian logical falsifiability related to proof. We're talking about the inability to replicate the experiment or the prediction of the model not being accurate, and therefore it's been falsified. And saying it's not, if it's non-falsifiable, means it's non-replicable or non-predictive. And so, I mean, it's the same terminology, but it's not the same thing as the Aristotelian logic. And it comes from Francis Bacon. And I think, pretty sure that, who was a contemporary of Descartes, who was not a scientist, but was critical in the development of the philosophy of the scientific method.
So
And
Daryl still
Descartes,
apparently does not want to understand my point, which is pretty clear that it's a definition that, and for some conductors V equals IR, and for some it doesn't. So if a conductor's ohmic, all you're saying is that V equals IR, that's self-referential circular. It doesn't tell you anything about anything. So
yeah, I mean, it's difficult for people to understand.
It's absolutely moronic to even assert that there could be laws in science within the context of science, which is where you're coming from, Daryl, because within its own context, science doesn't speak of laws. It speaks of validated hypotheses for the reasons we've been going into for the last little while here. Let's try to get on the page what's even being said.
I mean, it's almost an aspect of what I mentioned of dualism and higher order rules and the nature of logic. Why do things have to be logical? What's the origin of logic? And you could actually understand science independent of logic.
Well, then it's like, what's logic?
Well, it's a good question. And
So to
that,
say
okay,
you can understand science
there's,
independent of logic, you don't even know if that question makes sense if you can't define logic.
well, there's a difference between saying that science postulates the existence of universal laws of nature, and logic are not universal laws of nature, they're universal laws of reason. And if you're going to say that nature is reasonable and nature subscribes to logic, you say that there's some form of subservience of nature to logic, that nature has the inability to, that nature intrinsically is bound by the rules of logic. That's unclear, and that's a claim that science does not necessarily have to make. And you talk about logic as a tool of the human mind.
Yeah, I
As
wasn't talking about science being subject to an absolute logic, but that scientific method could be described logically, i.e., as a procedure that is structural.
but you're talking about the difference between the process of what's going on in the human mind versus the scientific method, which is trying to get around the human mind.
Oh.
So, say logic is just a tool of the human mind that nature may or may not be bounded by. The scientific method is made to eliminate the problems of the human mind or the problems of empiricism. And so, where logic plays in that is a matter of dispute. So, you have to think about that in terms of like the seven sciences of, if you're going to put
Well, this
mathematics.
conversation is helping me talk about it, but I'm pretty sure I want to speak of logic in the sense that people are familiar with, which is computer coding logic.
Well, I mean, just because logic could be defined in Boolean circuits, that, but I mean, just make logic is the laws of reason.
No, that's a contradiction in my worldview. So I'm not going to define something into a contradiction in my worldview. Reason
Well,
doesn't have
they're all
laws.
Greek words, but saying the classical is saying
Sure, whatever.
that I mean, if you want to use Greek words and then you want to define Greek words according to your definition, you've defeated the purpose.
Well, you're trying to define logic as the rules of reason, which is absurd.
I'm pretty sure that's the mainstream definition understanding of logic.
Yeah, so my system involves redefining words logically in my definition of logical, not the crap Aristotelian nonsense. So I'm not going to endorse a definition that contradicts my understanding of the concept. So that's how I plan to do it.
Okay, well, good luck with that.
Yeah, that's been mostly what I've been working at this whole time. So I'm surprised you didn't know that already. But yeah, I mean, I suppose I could try to disprove the Greek paradigm, but I don't necessarily see the point of doing that as such. I don't know that you can disprove a paradigm either. But yeah, I'll have to explain why concepts like the laws of inference or the laws of logic are self-defeating in my worldview. So that's definitely something I'll have to get to at some point. How's your writing going? Have you made any development in that?
No.
Just decided to look at thermodynamics?
Yeah, I'm just doing research because I have no audience for my writing besides, I mean, you and we can review, and it's even unclear how much of an audience that is. And so if I'm thinking objective, like an audience objectively, that I would self promote it, um, I see my level of research, or even if I was looking at something in terms of like the Science of Consciousness conference, something that would be at the level that of scholarship that I think is comparable to what I see at the Science of Consciousness conference.
And you're still trying to think of a topic, or just researching to get the background info, background knowledge?
Well, I guess I'm just researching because I want to understand this stuff better, and so I've even became pessimistic of an end result that I'm not sure. As of now, I don't see any paths. Like I don't, um, I was singing that memory song, and um, saying like, okay, I'm already becoming like an old man, so like the likelihood I'm going to accomplish anything is decreasing. So it's really just my own curiosity. Okay, I'm becoming like cats in the cradle. Like my granddad, who spent his spare time till the end of his days just reading and thinking about science, or like my dad, who's a workaholic but spends his spare time reading and thinking about science. So I'm still a results driven person, but I don't see a path forward in terms of results in my science or
I
my
guess you don't
writing.
want to pursue enlightenment.
Well, that's what I said. I'm studying this stuff for the basically, what if you want to call the pursuit of enlightenment.
I mean, like taking up a meditation practice, and I mean actual meditation, not I told myself this was meditation when I was thinking about meditation, actually sitting down and doing nothing. I guess you
I mean,
haven't
in
thought
some
about that.
weird way, like I'm studying this stuff basically to prepare. I mean, I was thinking about this and saying basically I'm preparing for death. And so
Oh
the
my
reason,
gosh,
like,
what an absolutely dreary perspective.
so
But please
I
go
mean, the
on.
reason, yeah, I mean, really what I'm prepared, like the main thing that I do in my life is prepare for death. And the main reason of my intellectual pursuits is actually the preparation for death. And so it's unclear, like, do I have a preparation in this world? Am I preparing, um, like a practical, like I'm preparing to produce a paper that I could present to the Science of Consciousness conference. And I could see, okay, like I'm working on the goal that I just set kind of arbitrarily. So my main goal is to serve God. And it seems like from my service of God that my main focus is my preparation for death. Like obviously I try to serve God in the life that I'm living now, but my main focus of my service of God is my preparation for death. But on a more practical, immediate level, like the only thing I foresee is um, you maybe trying to, if I'm going to go to the Science of Consciousness conference, and then maybe the next year I would submit and try to be uh, a speaker there, or if I were going to submit to a publication of a journal or a journal, and I see for that I need more research. I could write an article and we could talk about it on a week in review. I could put on my blog, but I think only tens of people would read it, and so I haven't seen much purpose to just putting something out. And if as I was thinking about putting something out, I just realized how much more research I needed to do. So whether I'll ever put anything out, but I don't mind doing the research. But at this point, the research basically seems like a preparation for death. Like the reason I want to read and understand these things is the essential drive is I'm preparing for death, because
Great.
I'm not exactly sure how this information is going to help me in my lifetime.
Um,
But that's probably why my main focus is really just understanding this stuff, because I don't really have any goal, and I even become more skeptical of what I could do with any of this information. So as you say, to put myself in better situation for when I eventually die and stand before my maker.
okay. Uh, well, what about reincarnation? Or
Well, I mean, that's also the preparation for death. I mean, if
well,
it's
no. I mean,
reincarnation,
when it's reincarnation, you're going to be alive again. So you're like, I don't get the logic. You're obsessed with death, but you're alive most of the time.
um, I'm kind of resigned. Like, I don't think there's any salvation in this world.
Well, there
So I
may
don't
not be,
really
but
think
there's reincarnation, so you're
I
going to
don't
be
really think
alive
there's
most of
anything
the
to
time.
prepare for in this world. Like, I'm going to write a paper, I'm going to present it, I'm going to write a book. Um, I don't really see like a path towards salvation. Like, okay, like I'm here, I want to make the best of it and try to do something useful, ascribe to the ahimsa principle. Well, I'm not sure like just writing something is going to do anything for the ahimsa principle. Um, so I continue my research, but I think really drive of my research is the fear of what's going to happen after death.
So is the research like something to thrust at God on Judgment Day, or is the research something to make your future incarnations better?
What the purpose of the research is to understand God and understand how to serve God.
Okay, but there's a bunch of gods though. So it's more about deciding which god you want to serve, isn't it?
Well, that I don't know. That's why the research continues. Like I saying, they're saying, even the most fundamental questions, like why am I here? What am I here for? Uh, what's going to happen to me when I'm no longer here? I don't really have any answers to, and I'm not even sure my research has. It certainly hasn't answered those questions. It might give me better grounding to understand those questions, and maybe I feel relatively prepared for death. Like to say, okay, I tried. I'm excited to meet my maker. That when I die, I'll I'll have a preparation to meet my maker. Like I gave it my all. I tried. I'm curious what's going to happen next.
And if it's reincarnation,
Um, I kind of hope it's not. I mean, it might be reincarnation, but I mean,
so if
reincarnation.
reincarnation is what happened and you hope it's not, you don't think that's going to offense the creator?
Well, if it is, it is. I'm accepted. I'm kind of excited to see what's going to happen next. But I think, okay, if it's reincarnation, the likelihood that is it likely that all of my work was for naught. And so, I mean, that's the case. Like, I don't mind. Okay, like, so all my work was for naught, and I'll take birth again and have to go through it again. It is what it is. So, I mean, I guess it's not a big deal. I don't think I'd still put the work in, even if it's all for naught, because what else would I have done? But it was saying it's not just the fear of death; it's the service of my Creator. And so, it's like, well, I don't even know who my Creator is or what I'm here for. Some of that, like, so I research these things, and it's those essential existential questions that are drive my research. And so I want to be results driven. It's like, I mean, God forbid, like, I'm already, you middle aged. I'm through more than half of my life. Um, I'm not sure. I'm getting old. Like I used to, have ambition. Like I was going to go out and do anything, and now at this point,
So you used to want to do stuff. What changed?
I got older. I
Well,
went to Israel. I went to New York. I sought employment, and I enrolled in schools, and went to institutions. Now I've already like see a path to my death. If I find a woman and reproduce, that probably would have been preferable. Still might possibly happen, but I could basically see a path towards my death. Like I've developed certain skills, I've developed a livelihood, I've developed a reputation, and I could do this till my death. If I did get married and reproduce, I could probably do this also till my death, and I would, probably like my father and my grandfather, um, spend all of my spare time researching these subjects, just because that's what interests me, and I think that's what I feel is valuable. Um, my dad likes to travel and entertainment still. Um, so I've largely even renounced entertainment and travel.
very impressive. Tinkle says maybe the problem is serving God, and maybe there's, I don't know if you think that. I think it's important to have a service mentality, but yeah, I tend to want to serve mankind over. I don't know that God really needs service per se. Maybe something else. What do you
Well,
think?
I serve mankind. Like I volunteer. Like I'm back to coaching chess, and try to be follow politics or minimal, but like I don't think I'm going to run for Congress or just have my balance of karma. Do my service to try to keep positive karmatic balance, and do more good, avoid harm. But yeah, I'm not sure I have any goals anymore. And I'm not sure I foresee
Okay, no more goals.
when terms
I
like
mean, I don't know. I kind of
I
feel
would
like if
still
you
like
got
to
a
write
wife,
a
you would
book.
change your mind. But let's put that to the side.
I would still like to write a book. And I mean, it's still possible. Like I could do more research in like 2, 3 years, write a book, and I'd be, like David Chalmers said, I would, choose the popular author speaker module. So I mean, I could see that happening. That to keep on doing some more research. In a few years, I have my book, and then and then I take the popular speaker lecture module, and travel around and speak and lecture. I mean, that would be a pleasant surprise if the second half of my life saw that. So I'm still working towards that, but I'm not sure. Just like pumping out writing in the meantime, I feel as of now, I need more research. So that's the thing I'm focusing on.
That's awesome. Yeah, I spent a long time researching for sure, and even
I mean, I
as
do
I
like the
write,
David Chalmers.
I have to keep researching.
I mean, I don't know if you like the David Chalmers conceptualization. I mean, he was talking about the computer simulation where just kind of choose your own adventure, and I would choose the have my individual you know dharma, purpose, preparation for death. But in terms like humanity, I would choose the uh, popular author speaker module. I mean, that would seem to be a
So
good.
you're like at a bit of a crossroads then.
Well, I'm not across. I'm saying that okay, maybe I don't get that module. My dad never got that module. My granddad never got that module. Um, but yeah, I might keep on working at these things. Maybe that mod, maybe I'll achieve that.
Tinkle says you could become famous if you explain the secrets of the Matrix. Well, it's a certain pacing to be super popular. I prefer the conversational style, so that's
Get
just
on
me.
famous. Maybe saying like Andrew Tate or something like self help. Um, I mean, Descartes wasn't famous. Newton wasn't famous. Maybe famous, like popular speaker, like David Chalmers isn't famous, although still, the popular author speaker that, if I wrote a book and it sold millions of copies, that'd be amazing. If it sold, uh, thousands of copies, that would still probably, be enough to be a popular speaker. Like even, Hamerov's book probably didn't sell more than tens of thousands of copies. Um, Penrose maybe sold millions of books. Won the Nobel Prize. He's still interviewed regularly. But Hamerov put together the conference. He's a popular speaker, and so even something like I'd probably go more like the Hamerov route, where I'd create some sort of society of intellectuals, maybe even like a annual event that had people gathered and have some sort of circles. Like I could see like the Chalmers Hamerov model, and okay, they're both part of a university. I'm not gonna like the chance I'm gonna become a PhD or part of a university, that I would have some sort of comparable status.
As an intellectual.
Yeah, I don't see myself ever being in front of a classroom, but it could be on like classroom where I just do research. I pop on the computer a few times a week and ramble, and people tune in to hear what I have to say, interact, ask questions, maybe eventually mentor people, and eventually hit the traveling speaker circuit or something like that. That was
Like
kind
I
of
just
all.
find like, yeah, mentorship to me always starts out with friendship. So how are you going to bridge the divide that you just come off as like anti-friendship?
Um, I'm not sure I'm anti friendship. I mean, like think I
That's why I
relatively.
said you come off that way. I didn't say you necessarily are that way, but you're always saying, purpose driven, purpose driven, purpose driven, don't want to socialize, don't
I
want
would
to
say
socialize. And I'm just thinking
purpose-driven
to myself,
friendships.
like, so many of my mentorships started on a social basis.
Well, I would say purpose-driven friendships. I'm talking the mentorship of people that you presumably would be younger and newer to the subject and would want mentorship. People that would have writing that they want me to review or um, recommendations, seeking recommendations of what to study or how to study it. And I'm already like an old man, so I'm not sure if I'm seeking friendship in that sense. Seeking
Yeah,
intellectual
but like when
content.
you're old, you have less responsibilities. So isn't that the time to lean into the friendships?
No, I'm not sure that I think friendships are for the youth. So you have a companionship, or it's more based on mutual friendships. So you're saying
Sounds
that,
like hell. I plan on having a lot more friends when I'm older. So just putting that out there.
yeah, I'm not sure if I don't think so. I think your friends are more for the youth.
I guess, I don't see that because you don't really know who you are when you're young. So friendship is about sharing what you are and what you enjoy. So that's what I think. But anyway, we don't all see things the
Yeah, I'm
same
not
way.
sure if that you're talking about companionship or societal membership, accomplishment, and I'm not sure if you need friends for that. So like, okay, if you're expert, it's like expertise, and you could have a society of people who've developed expertise in the same subject, and those people are not necessarily your friends; they're your companions of either your colleagues and your peers. And then if you're even going to seek out that I'm going to choose from my colleagues and peers friends, I'm not sure if that's necessary. I mean, you might have some people whose company you enjoy more than others, but I think there's a differentiation between colleagues and peership, and then if you're more cultic or something, you're a member of society, you're a member, so say like of a cult, and you don't need friends, you have your community, and like to some extent, the community isn't based on friendships. Like you're part of the community with other people, whether you like them or not. So like if you're an Orthodox Jew, you spend a lot of time, like a few hours a day, with your community, whether you like them or not. And you might have more gathering. Um, it would be regretful. I'd like to have children. I think my legacy as I get older would more be through my children. So it'd be unfortunate if Newton never had children. Newton died a virgin.
Yeah,
And
that's what they say.
maybe Descartes also. Although
Um,
not Bertrand Russell. God forbid, not Bertrand Russell. He certainly didn't die a virgin.
um, did he have a reputation for being
I
a
started the
virgin?
show that with this song. Bertrand Russell had an affair with T.S. Eliot's wife. When I sang the song that was based on T.S. Eliot's words, that's why I mentioned the song in the beginning in relation to panpsychism and Bertrand Russell, who had an affair with T.S. Eliot's wife. See how good that friendship. T.S. Eliot was such good buddies. He let Bertrand Russell stay in his apartment. And like, how did that help? And Bertrand Russell ended up sleeping with his wife.
Therefore, friendships are for suckers. Is that? I hope that's not what you're saying.
I didn't make it therefore. I
It
was
just
just
seems like you're sort of, you know, what I mean.
well,
Not
yeah.
too
It's, to some
open to
extent,
it.
like
Like these
Newton did.
communities consider each other friends. The intellectual communities, I find more often than not, all consider each other friends. It's not like they're uh, only
I mean,
socializing, but there is a social element to
I
it.
think as you get older, duty becomes more important, and friendship to some extent is like a lack of duty. So if you're in a society, then you have nepotism, you have friends, and saying like, no, you have duty, and you have equals to your colleagues, and you don't give preference to friendship. Like friendship is an aspect of youth. When you're young, you're in the classroom, you're like, oh, I hope I make a few friends. So for childish reasons, when you're old, you become a member of society, and you largely are equal to all the other people of the society. You don't have to choose friends, or like
Like, I literally didn't say
the
that.
most
I just
qualified
said that
person, saying I
if
want relations with if it's purpose driven, to the most qualified person, the most reasonable person to work together with, whether I like them or not. And so, I mean, that's the problem with society is, oh, I want to work with this person because I like them, enjoy their company, as opposed to what will produce the most results or project, or your progress. I mentioned this on before in like week in review with Luke Ford, and terms of wealth considerations and various things. You go with the person who produces the best results, and people fail because they because of friendships, because they desire, for whatever reason, one other, some people's company, or they like one person more than the other, as opposed to some sort of meritocracy. You could say friendship is almost anti-meritocratic by nature.
what? That's
That
really weird way to look at it. Like, don't your friends deserve to be your friends, and then it's meritocratic that way?
Well, if friendship is almost definitionally non-meritocratic.
What are you saying, that people have friends they don't deserve and deserve friends they don't have? Is that what you're saying?
Well, if you deserve it, just talk about efficient, goal-driven behavior, and that friendship, meritocracy just meaning that um, the connection between the result and the effort, and friendship implying some sort of super rational connection between people, as opposed to purpose driven. So, like you're in the classroom, and you make a few friends, and then you do these things because they're your friend, as opposed to a meritocratic basis where you have a goal driven behavior, and you meritocratically choose who you work with based on the achievement of goals. And friendship is usually contradictory to meritocratic behavior towards progress and goal driven behavior.
I guess so.
I mean, say if it's goal driven, like, okay, like
Well,
I want a
to me,
business part.
cooperative. To me, the only really goal-driven behavior worth pursuing is cooperative. So it's like, yeah, I get your point, but you're sort of presupposing you're just you against the world, and it's like, I'm not crazy about that aesthetic.
I'd say just friendship just is this super rational enjoyment of each other's company. And to say it's of a meritocratic, to say, well, I don't really enjoy this person's company, but in terms of progression towards goal driven behavior, that it makes the most sense to work together with this person whose company I don't enjoy, as opposed to I enjoy this person's company even though it's not conducive to uh, goal driven behavior and progress. So you enjoy the person's company and then don't end up achieving goals. So that's why I say
Unless the
friendship.
goal is friendship.
Friendship
I get
is
what you're saying.
friendship is a quality of youth.
Well, I guess, as you would say, have fun with that. Doesn't sound like a very interesting existence. Sounds sort of depressing. It's like I'm gonna get
Um,
old, die, and not have any friends. You know, it just sounds like really depressing.
yeah, I mean, friends are friends a tough word to define.
Well, have you ever had a friend?
Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes I'll call everybody my friend. I've had
So you're
more or
saying
less
it's hard to
friends at
define.
different
Why is it
times.
hard? If you've had friends, how come it's hard to define what a friend is? Like, to me, it's pretty obvious. It's at the very minimum someone you enjoy spending time with.
Because that's not necessarily what it is. Like a friend could be someone
Well, a
who's
friendship
proven.
is, I think the basis of a friendship is enjoyment. You enjoy spending time together. There may be other things, but I think that's the basis of friendship.
Yeah, I'm not sure that that's accurate. And there's like a true friend. A true friend is, you know, what is there differentiate like a true friend? I mean, even like King Solomon's um, Ecclesiastics. But if you say like, well, I mean, friendship could be based on things like loyalty or being there for you in your time of need or favors that have accumulated over periods of time. And even if enjoyment is tough to define because you say, well, I don't know why, I just enjoy this person's company, so I try to spend. Um, I mean, you could put it back to like the
Enjoyment is
blunt.
when you look back on it and you don't regret it. And the level of non regret is corresponding to like a very basic level of enjoyment, but you could say that's not even enjoyment, that's non disenjoyment. And then the enjoyment starts when it's actually like what you would describe as desirable experience
Well,
within that association. I mean,
so I mean, you're
yeah,
describing selfishness, not friendship.
well, you can't establish any human behavior as non selfish. That doesn't mean we can't have friends. Selfishness is just another thing you can enjoy with your friends, which, as I said, was the basis of the friendship.
Well, that's probably difficult because if your definition of friend is selfishness, then I'm probably better off without friends.
My definition of friend isn't selfishness. My definition of friend just doesn't stupidly, moronically, immaturishly try to deny that people are intrinsically selfish, thereby guaranteeing future disappointment.
And even enjoyment of people's company that could be time and place dependent as something to loyalty, like oh, he's my friend because he saved my life back in Vietnam or something like that. Well, I don't necessarily enjoy his company. He just saved my life back in Nam, so like that's why we're friends.
Sure. And then you can make some kind of an argument about loyalty if you want to do that. Sure.
I mean, it even says in Ethics of Your Father, buy yourself a friend. Like, oh, like, because he helped me out. We're friends. Like, oh, he helps me out. Or, but no, I'm not really looking for friends at.
I literally said not that. I said most of the interaction I have in the like thinky tanky type things that I do are friend or friendship adjacent. I consider those people my friends. I'm cool with that. Like, to me, the more the merrier. I love the idea of having with friends, but like, I'm not saying look at things as an opportunity to make friends, but if you don't enjoy the the process of being friendly, I think it's gonna be hard to collaborate with other people in any measure.
I mean, you just
Well,
said something
yeah,
different. Like, no, man, I could be friendly. I don't mind collaborate with anybody. Could be friendly and collaborate with even my enemies.
uh huh. And I'm saying maybe you need to work on being a little friendlier. Coming from my own experience, working on being friendlier and having success with it and better results.
I mean, you probably could work on that.
What, you don't think you could?
Yeah, a person could always work on that, but I mean, you might need more work than I do. I mean, we've talked about that in
Well,
just in
you
terms.
have a terrible attitude and you come off as depressed. I don't. I come off as generally pretty positively disposed, I think, or neutral,
Well, I'm depressed, but I mean, just in terms of
which is a
friendly
vibe kill. It's like buzz
in
killing to be
streaming.
depressed all the time. So yeah, it's not good. It's not appealing.
But I mean, in streaming, I mean, certainly, I think that I've come across as more friendly and easier to work with, and that's why um, I'm more active in streaming. That's why I have like 70 plus people in my Discord. That's why almost
You don't
everybody.
stream off your Discord, first of all.
I mean, that's why almost everybody I've streamed with, I still stream with.
Okay.
And I mean, even the opposite. Almost everyone that came on Week in Review didn't want to come back on again. So I mean, yeah, I'm a depressed person.
This is not at all about that.
I mean, you could say, okay, you're more upbeat and I'm more depressive, but I would say I'm more friendly than you are.
You have better relations with the
I'm
that
just saying that
particular community.
networking, and mutually beneficial relations. So I mean, friendly, like yeah,
Uh-huh.
I'm the master. I've mastered relative levels of networking and mutually beneficial relations. In fact, I'm capable of having friendly, mutually beneficial relations with basically anybody and everybody. And generally in all my activities, I try to, I think I'm reasonably well liked and respected. And it might be, like, okay, I'm a depressive person and I might be problematic, but I'm saying that like I've mastered mutually beneficial relationships and professionalism and
Generally
interpersonal
thinking one
friendship.
has nothing left to learn is kind of like a grading attitude. I'm not saying you're not
I
good
didn't
at
say I have
that stuff.
nothing. I'm almost a 45-year-old man. Like I've learned how to have mute God forbid, like thank God I learned this stuff in my youth. Like I learned how to network and have mutually beneficial relationship. I've had a lot of friends. I cooperate with people. Like I know and have good relations with people basically everywhere I go. Like I'm a depressive person. I'm not an upbeat person. Maybe I'm not popular. Like I don't get invited to the parties, but like no, man, I understand. Like thank God I picked these things up in my youth. I could always master them better. But like God forbid, I'm not gonna go into my old age not having worked and had some achievement in these skills. So thank God I have contacts and hopefully I'm semi well liked and respected in basically everything I do everywhere I go.
Okay.
Which is I'm not really looking for friends. I'm a depressive person. I've always been a depressive person. I'm not a fun guy.
Okay.
I mean, I don't laugh. I don't enjoy having fun. I don't enjoy small talk. I don't enjoy most common things that most people do. But no, no, certainly I think I've mastered the mutually beneficial relationship and that I could find mutually beneficial relationships basically everything I do everywhere I go. If you want to call those friendship, you could call those
I
friendships.
don't want
I'll
to
use the
call
word
every
friend.
single person I know a friend. That's weird.
I use the word
Then it's
friend
then it's
for
completely
all
meaningless.
different levels. Occasionally, like Muslims are very common to say, like I mean, God forbid, even in I mean, I don't even mention, but I mean, Muslims are the most famous. Just like, oh, how like my friend. Even if you're it's in theological. Even if you're my enemy, it'd be my friend. But like to that extent, like I will sometimes loosely use the word my friend to just like I mean, really, to some extent, it's like Prabhuji. Like at the Hare Krishna temple, everybody's like Prabhuji, and like to some extent, sometimes like everywhere, everybody's my friend. Um, But if you get, even if you want to wax philosophical, like we can review philosophical, you know, I'm not sure what friendship even means or if you've even had any friends. But
Well, if
if
it
you want,
doesn't feel like you've ever had any friends, then you haven't, because a friendship is kind of consensual.
no, I mean, you just not understand what I'm saying. 'Cause, I mean, just said like I've mastered the mutually beneficial relation. I've had mutually
Which is
beneficial
not the same
relations
thing as a friendship.
with
So fine.
basically everybody that I've dealt with. I've tried to. So,
Great. And
if that,
congratulations.
even
And
if
that
I've
has
had
nothing to do
thousands,
with whether you've ever had a
I've
friend
had
or not.
thousands of friends, I still maintain hundreds of friendships till today. But if you want to get philosophical about, like, no, I'm not sure I've ever had any friends.
So hundreds of friendships, meaning hundreds of people that you are in contact with and you know them and such, versus friendship as in this deeper concept, like a platonic friendship almost, as in not stripes, as in the fucking forms, which by the way, I did download that earlier. I know we kind of got off that topic, but whether the forms were the highest thing in Platonism. So anyway,
Now I'm thinking more like in friends of like activities, like, oh, because I was young, like, I would do things together with other people, and like I don't really seek to do anything with other people now. In terms of, like, I think friendships of my youth. And then if I had an activity, the likelihood that I would like choose a friend, I would probably go more for competence and goal driven behavior than friendship. And like, so in my youth, maybe, oh, I like this person, I want to get in with this person. And now that I'm older, um, there's not really anything I want to get in on. And it would be goal directed, and I would probably work together with anybody, whether I had some initial inclination to like or dislike them, more based on the likelihood of productive goal driven behavior.
right, and productive goal-driven behavior could be having a good time amongst friends as its own reward. It's really
Yeah,
down
I
to how
never
you
do that.
define it. Well, the question is, why do you define the things that you do?
I
You're
haven't had a good
totally.
time.
Let's look at your life objectively. You're totally depressed, and you're not willing to question any of your presuppositions.
Well, no, I'm a duty driven person. I'm saying, like, I mean, to me, that seems like a factor of youth. Like, thank God I became a man as a young man, and I don't just hang out and have a good time. Like, to me, that's frivolity. That's a way that sounds like wasting time. Like, no, I mean, just, oh, I enjoy your company. Let's just
Well,
shoot
if
the
it's
wind.
with people that you can't have a good conversation with, I can see why it would be grating. But are you really saying you couldn't see your way to enjoying any convo? To me, it's like I can think of a bunch of combos that I'd love to have that were just chilling out informally. Like that
Yeah,
to
I
me,
mean,
that's where all the magic happens.
enjoys a problematic word.
Enjoy, I mean, look back, not regretting the time spent. It's always a double negation. So regret is a negative, and then not regret, it's a double negation. So it's like an
Yeah,
unburdened
I
state.
regret wasting time. So if I enjoyed
Yeah,
someone's
but there's no
company,
meaning to any of this stuff. So you're like, I'm wasting time. It's like you're just reasserting that life has no meaning. You got to find a cope that makes you maybe less depressed. Since there's no meaning, why not just maximize for happiness?
I didn't say there's no meaning.
That kind of sounds like what you're saying, though. Saying there's no point
No,
to
I
any
said
of this
there is
stuff.
meaning. That's why I don't do frivolous activity. I said there's meaning. That's why I'm preparing for death.
Oh, great. So there's meaning. So you're preparing for death, for
Yeah,
judgment.
I'm too busy prepared to death to just frivolously hang out with people for no purpose.
I guess because to me, death is just nothing, and then I reincarnate, so it's just always the same thing. So it's like I want to hang out with my friends.
I mean, so just drink and be merry, for tomorrow we die.
No, I mean I don't need to drink or anything to have a fun time with my friends. You just have to have a good conversation. Like to me, that's what makes a friendship is the quality of the conversation.
Yeah, I'm more stoic. So if you're,
I'm a stoic as well.
so I'm
Having
saying, like,
conversations with other
usually
stoics is
I don't
one of the
factor
best experiences
enjoyment.
of life.
So I might take notice, okay, I'm enjoying this or I'm disenjoying that. But I don't factor that much into my decisions. I have a higher level decider on what I do, that overrides enjoyment or disenjoyment. So I can't imagine doing something based on enjoyment. Like why I'm doing is because I enjoy it. Like no, I'm a purpose-driven person, and if it's not purposeful, even though I enjoy it, I'm gonna not do it. And if it's purposeful, even though it's unenjoyable, I'm gonna do it anyways because I have higher order directives than enjoyment. I mean, if that's what you're saying, like you're basically arguing for hedonism.
Don't say hedonism. For fuck's sakes, it's just such the worst possible false equivalence you could make at that
It's
point.
not because you said enjoyment is your
You
main
right
deciding
now are
factor.
depressed, and as a way to heal from depression, often you would
Well,
prescribe
I
somebody
don't mind.
something
I
to cheer
take
them
the
up.
word
I'm not saying I
depression
need to be cheered up. I'm perfectly
I would
cheery.
rather be depressed than be a hedonist.
I'm not a
And so you're
hedonist.
arguing in favor of hedonism and
You're
just
equating not
enjoyment.
regretting something to hedonism. So by your logic, you have to regret the stuff that you
I'm
do, or you're a bad person.
I'm equating the enjoyment factor as being meaningful.
I think it's a cope to deny the importance of enjoyment because you can be much more powerful in what you say and
That's
do if
hedonism
you are
is
in an enjoyable state than in a horrible state. Because the existential state is bad enough as it is without making it worse. But if you want to carry a cross up a mountain in perpetuity to feel more pious, then be my guest. But don't act like you had no other choice.
yeah. I'm not even sure what you're saying, but I guess
I'm
it doesn't.
saying that your experience is caused by your beliefs. And if you want to stop being depressed, you have to tweak your beliefs. That doesn't mean tweak your fundamental beliefs about ideology. That means tweak your beliefs about yourself and self image. And there's clearly some level that you don't value a good experience. You don't value feeling good. You don't think that's a little weird?
I mean, these are subjective terms. So saying when I feel good, like okay, I'm in good health.
Well, you already said you want to feel good about yourself in terms of a theological compulsion to ethics of some sort. That's
Yeah, I mean, just
satisfaction.
when you use these words, like I fear hedonism, so I would rather almost falsify like I'm a miserable, depressed person than to fall into your hedonism.
Yeah, and you really think I'm the hedonist here?
I mean, it sounds like it.
Really? Why?
Because you're talking about the supreme value of enjoyment.
I didn't say it was supremely important. I said it was an important thing. And for some reason you want to misrepresent it. It's very confusing.
Okay, well, I mean, you're the one talking. I mean, I'm not sure why we're talking about this, or move on.
Your
So,
problem is possibly that you're miserable, or it's not a problem. You need to decide whether your incredible level of misery is a problem or not.
yeah, I mean, you're coming out with this like just like everything's for you is a problem or something.
Well, no, I'm
You know,
asking if you consider it something that is undesirable enough to want to be motivated enough to change it, because sometimes things are crucial to identity and people don't want to let them go.
um,
Just being cranky and miserable all the time.
yeah,
From
I hope
personal
I'm not.
experience, I know that it does. It's very
I hope
limiting.
I'm not cranky and miserable all the time. Like God forbid. And if that's your perception of me, maybe that's your perception of me. And
I don't
that
think you're like that, but I think it can come across like that when you don't see the value of friendship, even as a hypothetical. Because most people cannot relate to that. Like even I sort of struggle to relate to that, even though I think I'm a pretty, I don't know, unfriendly person. I guess.
yeah, I mean, which is it's these word games that you just kind of merry-go-round, because we're
No,
just defining words differently, or you can't look at levels of interpretation and meanings of words. So we're just on the one of these word game merry-go-rounds again.
no, it's a question of whether you have the right attitude to do a collaboration that you want to do with other people. And I'm saying maybe it's an area for improvement. And it's not a word game. You're the one who did the word game with the hedonism thing.
Yeah, I mean, not just like giving unsolicited bad advice. I mean, like, no offense, but not, just giving like, God forbid, you're just giving unsolicited bad advice.
Well, it's just a description of the facts. You can feel free to ignore them or not.
Okay,
But
well,
calling me a
now
hedonist
your
won't change
unsolicited
anything.
bad advice is just description of the facts.
Yeah, the advice would be me telling you what to think about depression rather than just being shocked that you didn't care that you were depressed, which is what I'm articulating. But yeah, I mean, everyone's sort of different, and whatever, it's all good. So I guess you probably want to wrap up soon, or I don't know if you have anything else you want to go into.
Yeah, I mean, you took so long with this that I'm not sure it pays to read through this reincarnation article. Although it was somewhat interesting. Um, I mean, he pops out an
The one
article,
thing we didn't talk about was that diagram. I don't know if that was of any interest. Cause like,
the one you made.
yeah, I was pretty happy about that
I
as
couldn't
well.
really
But
follow your diagram, so I mean, I looked at it like, I mean, you're it needs some sort of like legend or key, and I'm not even sure what you were trying to do with it. Um, I mean, if you want to go over it, or maybe it might even be easier for you to just ramble, and I'll watch it in replay, because, or if there's, like, if you think you'd be able to explain it where I would interact or question, or maybe it'd be easier if you just ramble about it and I'll watch it in replay.
sure. Well, thanks for joining, and best of luck with the studying this week. And see you next week, if
Okay,
not
great.
sooner.
God bless. Have a great
Wait,
week.
are you doing anything? Like, I don't know if you're gonna talk about what you're planning this week or anything. We didn't go into that.
Um, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe we'll do. I'm still doing with John Wolfe, although I'm trying to encourage him to take it a little more seriously. But yeah, because I'm not sure if that's we're getting anywhere with our God forbid, our weekly show. But likely in the meantime, I'm still gonna see if we could get that to work. Build into something. Um, I don't even like mob talk, if that makes sense, to keep on talking mob talk, or if we weren't going to talk about mob talk, it'd be something else. Or if so he's got, but in the meantime, we're still doing the Monday program. um I haven't spoken to Charles Moskowitz like this whole month. I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. Like, I thought maybe it was a good time for a break, because we did for like 2 years and it really was going nowhere. Our numbers were, um like, I never had any contact with anybody who watched Charles Moskowitz, and like none of my people were still watching that show, and so I'm not sure that was going anywhere. But yeah, I think he's still streaming. Wish him the best, but you'll look forward. He's back, but um, oh, I'm going to talk to Adir Weinrob from Sula tomorrow, Israeli streamer, and maybe we'll stream this week. I'll share that on my social media. I'm not sure if we can review people that he focuses on, like, mostly dialogue with Palestinians and anti-Semitism, and he also is a businessman or various thoughts. So that might be coming up, and I might have an event this Wednesday, so I might postpone. I've been doing every week the tour of my library, and the next one I had was on psychology, but it turns out there's an event on Wednesday night, so I might end up postponing my weekly Wednesday stream. So keep posted if people like my content. You follow me on Twitter, or join my Discord. Yeah, I felt a lot of progress in the research the last few weeks, and unfortunately, or fortunately, it kicked off like a lot more research. So, like, I started with just like a book or two on, Descartes, and now I got like 50 of them, and I pounded through like 20 of them, and then like I'll come up with a new subject, and I'll get like a whole bunch of more books. But I think I've came to some sort of deeper understanding researching the Descartes and the invention of modern science, and I'll probably have to spend a few more weeks on doing that, and then I'm gonna circle back around and go more into dualism, panpsychism, and monism. But I wanted to really solidify my understanding, kind of the historical development of science and the scientific method. So hopefully, the last few weeks in reviews were productive. I'm also going to go more into thermodynamics and the work energy concept and various things. Maybe it's possible over the next few weeks I'll reach a level where I want to start writing on it. But at this point, like, God forbid, there's just so much to know. So, basically just research. But I appreciate Jennifer, uh, listening and talking about these things. And thanks everyone who tuned in. Have a great week.
All right. Well, thanks again for joining. We'll see you next Sunday, if not sooner. And what a great show. We've been at it for 4 hours and 16 minutes, if you can believe it. Shocking. And, I've been for a while trying to get around having to talk about my personal experience with fucking philosophy. Because, like, I don't want to. Because I feel like it's self-indulgent. Maybe it isn't, but it feels that way. So maybe it's one of those, Doooovid with seems almost like a masochistic approach to virtue, which to me is self-refuting in a way because it's like causing all this pain and whatnot. So yeah, I was thinking, why don't I just give a description of the different pramānas, and then I can explain how it doesn't make sense to have laws of inference because inference is a primitive. So anything that's a primitive to be subject to a law would be like a contradiction because the laws are written in terms of the primitive. And so, yeah, it be helpful to explain that. But then it's like this context of where it's sort of coming out of left field. So I got to explain all these. I guess they're epistemologies. So and then explain, well, I'm not even really doing any of these epistemologies per se, but this vaguely tangentially connected to it, and it's something that it's sort of for a beginner makes sense to look at it this way. Which then I thought like sounded horrible and was boring. Like it's basically the same feeling of writing in a journal. It's like I'm bored of my own story here. I just want to go back to being awesome all the time, which is hard to do surrounded by papers, but whatever. I'm really glad about the positive reviews in the chat, by the way, so thanks very much. Okay, we were talking earlier about Platonism and stuff. Like, I kind of almost regret bringing Platonism into this at all, like offhandedly, just out of a, I don't want to say, minor chip on my shoulder, but the logic of this stuff is pretty simplistic. So you kind of, to see how I'm seeing this, like you kind of got to flesh out all the words and just really focus on any type of like emergence or dependence relations or structure or anything like that. Then I'm going to kind of zero in on it. But frankly, this is not telling us all that much because the meaning of these terms may be vastly different, not individually, but relative to each other. and maybe individually as well, but that's not the only source of variation. So, just to say, I'm not endorsing Platonism. I never have. I'm endorsing a method associated with the concept of a monad that I'm sort of have at times perhaps far too carelessly encompassed as Platonism. But generally, there's no commitment to any type of mathematical realism in my system unless you count the geometric shape there, and hyperbolic figure eight, three-dimensional periodic table, and so forth. That would be that. So that's how far I've come. It's like, okay, I got to talk about how I get to the theory, and that's the applied philosophy. So taking the philosophy that I know, applying it, uh, explaining it through the traditional epistemologies, explaining the um, concept of the metaphysical primitive through the epistemologies, asserting that that the theory of everything would hypothetically be written in terms of a primitive, which would be an axiom, which would then, because an axiom is a type of epistemology, be a particular kind, which would be a contradiction of the notion that the theory of everything has to be the most general kind. So I realize that I can use that too. So two things I can say, like, primitives, you can try to define a primitive, nothing's going to stop you, but the logic behind it is that if you're defining a primitive, you're indirectly referencing it, defining it using other words. So you're sort of doing a pointless exercise. It makes sense to define concepts relative to primitives by first establishing what those primitives like actually are. And I guess these diagrams partially for me is a process of figuring out what the primitives are in my story, or the eigenstates in my book. What is a way to present that information. So this is sort of my current flow of it. So go from that to that, and then I realized, like, I have to reference how language shapes concepts, and that's not really something I have developed a physical model for like I could, but I don't really want to, because there's no absolute localization of the mind and the body. So any model I would do would be somehow localized. So be shit somehow. And I just want to avoid it altogether. So I've got anyway, I'll just full screen it just so you can see the, like, this looks like the screaming Wojak meme of diagrams. Like, I completely fully admit that, but the good news is that I've already color coded it, so yay. All right, so Anders says it's useful to check with philosophy to avoid reinventing the wheel. Most ideas have already been explained by others throughout history. Yeah, I'm not trying to reinvent the wheel. I think there's non-dualism is already there, and I don't need to reinvent it. So that stuff's fine. And part of the challenge of being a non-dualist is to evolve the teachings as society evolves. So stuff becomes more wrong conventionally by virtue of its temporal separation, thus imploring us to continue on the ongoing task of, it's going to say pedagogical calibration, but it's more than calibration, it's like curation. So, Anders, I don't know much about Ken Wilber's model, but this is all the ideas, and this is like a pre-list of what I want to talk about, because I guess I'm figuring, like, for a given chapter, I have the structure of the chapter, which I'm going to write out, and then I'm going to fill in the structure with, like, an actual essay. And before I have the structure, I have this, like, I guess it's a conceptual map, and it's sort of a structure, but it's not the final structure. It's an intermediary structure to see, like, well, maybe there's a connection that I missed between some of the concepts, and so on and so forth. And I'm kind of happy that it's not as complicated as the last one, because that one had a lot of really huge digressions into, like, abstract philosophy that I know I don't have to rewrite that. I can just look into like, well, who kind of said it best on topic XYZ, and like basically there's already Ayurveda, which is medicine, and there's already Sankhya, there's already all this stuff, there's already non-dualism. And this is just a reassertion of some of those principles, not even all the principles. Some of them. Hopefully all of them at some point, but like we got to start somewhere, and I'm saying let's start with this act, because it's sort of like, yeah, that way there's this added bonus of like you're only really talking about this really annoying stuff when it's physics adjacent. Sidebar, everything ends up being described by physics in the end of the day, but you know. Mark says non-dualism is silly. I know, it's so silly. I just think caring about a bunch of stuff that is demonstrably false, that makes you ultra miserable and wish that you were non-existent, I just think that's a little bit silly also. So I had some different quadrants on my diagram. One end was technology. And just, if you could just let me know in the chat, like, can you read it right now? Like, I don't know how much bigger I can make this thing, because it's just getting so huge. Excuse me. So I had one thing, and it's like technology. And that's a can of worms, because I'm not writing about technology. That's huge domain to talk about, but it's like I need a good definition of technology to kind of say, well, I'm not talking about technology, I'm talking about metaphysics, which is something that you can apply to technology just like anything. And technology starts to be defined because things are always coming into being in the system. So technology starts to be defined once a system, or can be defined, theory of once a system reaches a certain level of complexity and whatnot. And I kind of want to just invoke an extant definition for granted and say, like, yoga technology. When I say yoga technology, I'm not talking about yoga. I'm talking about something that is adapted from yoga to achieve the states in yoga. So there's this whole really important notion of like precision with the words. Why? Because we want someone who is, we don't believe people can get enlightened from a book, but we want the book to be as close as possible. We don't want the book to be sort of throwing you off the path to the deeper realization of consciousness. So I figured truncating it I'm still sort of just like I still have no idea. I'm still sort of sorting through these ideas, but you can have a look. Like, I still want to see if anyone put in the chat whether they can read this. All right, so anyway, it would be good to know, because I feel kind of bad. Like, actually, I can just I guess I can display it myself and see if I can read it. Okay, it looks like I can. So Under says that's a lot of text for a non-dual explanation. Yeah, I get it's a very funny joke, but it's like, if I was going to express non-dualism non-dualistically, that's just me going, it's like, that is not going to be interesting for 4 hours and 28 minutes. It's just not. Okay, thanks, Skyworks. And good night, anti-placebo. Thanks for tuning in. I'll look forward to talking soon. So it's been a while, and yeah, I'm not sure if we've spent 10,000 hours talking, honestly. That sounds really high, and I have never thought about it. I have never tried to estimate it. I wanted to sort of plop it in, because it's like, I feel like you and I are friends, and that we like saw each other as friends when we were spending all that time together too. We were like pals, and all that shit that happened, like that I don't want to say on your side when it happened, but I was like happy when stuff was going well for you. Anyway, I'm going to get to confused. And thank you so much for asking for a copy. I appreciate it so much that you're interested. So anyway, I'll move on with what I was describing in my diagram here. So it's going to be mostly about So the terms that I realized came up a lot were language, concept, conventional language, or sorry, I've already said that one. Jargon, um, pedagogy, and that's it. So I was super happy that I managed to stay away from dependent arising because I don't want to. I don't want to be like, well, this is how it works because dependently arising. Because all I'm really saying is like, well, y and x happen together. It's like, yeah, sometimes that needs to be said, but normally the point of saying that, the point of calling attention to dependent arising is to like transcend it on a higher level of like greater truth kind of thing. Be like, they co-rise together, they seem separate, but then this greater principle like unifies them or whatever. Uh, but the whole point of the system is you're not supposed to reference it directly. You're supposed to give like a metaphor-esque representation of it. You can do that through writing, which is what I'm hypothetically doing. And then, after spend, some space between that and whatever, you can say, well, reference it back and say, okay, well, that's what that was. That was meant to be a way to not convey concept of dependent arising, because it's not possible for the ground of stuff to be the stuff that it ends up comprising or whatever. But anyway, let's see here. I guess it's going to be a decision I have to make. Like, am I just assuming the reader is already familiar with this technology and its self-described limitations, or am I attempting to kind of make a point about the utility of a dependent arising framework? Because you can take stuff that's even asserted to be independent arising and transform it into dependent arising and blah blah blah. Sort of like, yeah, I guess I'm at a point where it's like logically, I know that okay, logically how do I present the idea, and I got this other sort of awareness that like language is just intrinsically very dishonest, and that's a necessity. That's structural in language because there's more utility statistically of withholding information than giving it, and there's also sometimes you could see your way to statistical utility from giving false information as well. So the primary utility of language, although it appears to be the conveyance of relevant concepts and useful concepts, and of course it is, it also has this other tremendously important obscuring function of like sort of asking an empty question like, how's it going? It's like, I don't really care, but I'm obscuring that fact by taking part in an empty ritual that the information content is in the ritual itself. It's not in the content of the language. The language is merely incidental to the utility of it, which is this ritual thing. Under says dependent arising is great for explaining causality. The problem of causality is still a huge mess in philosophy. I discovered yes. Like, well, if it's a huge mess in philosophy, are we being kind of dumb to think we can solve it? The way I'm looking at it is just from like having done my own research and knowing what's primitive relative to what. Like, there's nothing, but you can model stuff as being comprised of disciplines. And then in disciplines, they have like eigenvectors or something like an eigenvector, which is a metaphysical primitive, which is the thing that maps the whole system, right? So then you can say, well, language is kind of like that, but it's least like that. But within language, and you have all these domains where it becomes easier to do that. And so because panpsychism is true, because consciousness is fundamental, everything is just a reference to consciousness somehow constructed, or whatever the opposite of constructed is, descended from consciousness, and however mechanism that works. So I don't know that it's really like, is it offensive to be like, oh, we could just solve this problem that like religion tells us we can't really solve? Because there is this sort of like, I don't know if they come right out and say that and studied a lot, but there's a sort of understanding in Buddhists and that and the likes that like, you're not really supposed to proselytize. People are supposed to come to the technology when they're ready, and like the best you can do when that happens is just unbiasedly like present them with the path, whatever established path, right? So apart from just a generic service type of thing, there's this question of like, well, can you really uh, compel virtue? No. And it's also, for people highly influential, attempting to compel virtue is itself unvirtuous. So it's like, I don't want to incur sin on myself or others. Anti-Placebo says, who said they were going to bed, but clearly cannot say goodnight. Language is infused with culture, history, users' experience, and experiences. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's important, but it's not anything with regards to philosophy. Philosophy is all about process and fundamentality and arising and so forth. So the point about concepts being reducible to constructs that start from metaphysical primitives that are kind of like axioms is not really very easy to present, but it's central to the methodology. So that's kind of where I'm stuck right now. It's like, I know I got to talk about all these concepts, and I don't really want to assume I can do something that Buddhism can't. Maybe I can give a slightly better, possibly in some way, account of something, but I don't want to think like that I think some systems kind of screw themselves over because they set themselves up for failure by just basically contradicting something like emptiness or dependent arising or something along those lines. That versus going ahead and saying, well, I'm going to actually tell you what I think it means to come to understand dependent arising written down has its own problems associated with just like precedent for how it's possible to learn certain techniques. So the idea is shouldn't be any technique associated with this. It's a supplementary, almost like a Hermes manual, which is stuff they put in in places where they handle chemicals and the like. So something to not, I know I've said this a million times, but just to make it clear again, if anyone has any ideas or if anything is unclear, I really would love to hear about it, because it's just like I'm a little lost. I'm sort of drowning in concepts that I thought were super simple, but turn out have all these ideas that, like, as you can say, the irony, ha ha ha, that it's non-dualist yet generates all these words. Well, that's more talking about like English and how people understand concepts and how I understand concepts maybe than non-dualism. Because non-dualism is an assertion about reality, and it's about how uncomplex is it possible to have a complete understanding of reality. So basically saying that the only way to the maximally complete understanding of reality is the minimally complex one. That's basically what it's saying. And so that helps, just putting that out there. Under says, by systemic causality, I mean dependent arising of all of reality as oneness, including all past and future. Yeah, so even that has problems. Because when most people think of the past and the future, they're inheriting all this metaphysics, and that ends up sort of torpedoing all the intuition. So my argument is like mathematics should have some level of intuitive metaphysics, aka physically compatible concepts that are intrinsic to it. So causality, the way I would look at causality is that we have a description. We have a description of a system, and we can abstract measurements from it as it goes. And the abstraction, the act of abstracting a measurement changes the system. And a model that can account for how a measurement changes the system accurately is going to be maximally calibrated. Under says it could be that Western philosophy has gotten stuck in confusing ideas about causality, and that it's solved in Eastern philosophy just to guess. I think it's simple. Causality is systemic. Well, I think causality is an axiom of science. I define science ultra, like, vaguely, so just scientific method. But I think if you're going to do something scientific, you have to have a causal principle. It doesn't have to have any effects. It can just all be cause, and later points in the causal stream. There's no distinction or whatnot, but you don't need causality per se for everything. It's a particular concept that is an ordering principle. So does language have causality? I'm not arguing it doesn't. I'm going to argue that the structure of language is a lot like, you know what the flat earthers say is a dome? That's what I think it is, that how language is structured and our access to concepts and language is kind of like the dome in flat earth. Like there's this huge potential of ideas just spread out there in space in a dome. And you're like this upward pointing lighthouse they can just shine onto an idea at will. So it's not simple. I know it seems really simple, but it's not. So it's like incredibly non-simple. And the more fundamental it gets, the more counterintuitive it's going to get. So that's where your personal practice is important, because you need that experience with the concepts to know that, like, some concepts, when you first explore them, they feel really weird and like, quote, wrong, but it's not always that the concept is wrong. It could just be maybe there's something in your understanding that's wrong, and that feeling of wrongness is the greater truth of the concept uprooting the incorrect perception that was held there before. So I mean, it's incredibly complicated stuff, but at the end of the day, most people just use the applied version and never worry about any of this stuff. So my other thing that I ended up with after going through, you know, tons of conceptual content was panpsychism. And I think that's an important example of an axiom that is also something you can basically make a theory out of. So you start with panpsychism, everything is scientific. That predicts that it should be possible to have non-local conscious communication, i.e. that doesn't involve the body. So saying that psychic phenomena are possible. So that's a prediction of a single plane. So there's one way that it's not predicting it as a guaranteed thing. It's saying it could happen. It could. There's no reason that it wouldn't. But then it's like, oh, it doesn't seem like it's happening. And then we have an answer. Oh, okay, it's because there's a body, which is creating a simulation of separateness. Well, there's the answer. And then this other prosthesis called a language, which actually creates another separation. And we need the separation to create enough room inside ourselves to hold all these concepts that we think we're accessing through language. So that was another one. And then I had this model idea where it's like you start with learning a language, and then you realize that what you're actually interested in learning is the concepts behind the language, and, you know, the sort of the personal journey from naive student, they're basically saying that, like, there's always, the student is an accurate model for state discovery of consciousness. Like, what's consciousness doing is learning. That's maybe not the perfect description, but it's accurate. And so getting to the idea that the guru is the idea of perfected self-learning through being able to learn directly from the object of the desired knowledge. Very complicated, very abstract, very non-well-known thing, but it nevertheless important, not on the level of, oh, we got to go start following a random guru in a cult, but on the level of realizing that there's a relationship that happens between the learner and the, quote, object of their knowledge. I know I'm saying objects don't exist, but the way that knowledges exist is kind of objective, object-ish. So I want to talk about that and how, I guess, incorporating a personal practice, like maybe saying something about prayer. It's like, I'm not too sure, because, like, I don't want to get preachy, because it's like there's what I think other people should do, because I don't think other people should follow what I do spiritually, because I just don't think they should expect, because it's like it's my path, right? Like who the hell wants to go down the same spiritual quest shit that I've done, like going, whitewater kayaking just to be hard. Not just to be hard, but loving the fact that it is fucking extreme and fun. Like, anyway, I'm off track here. There's some scientific studies showing non-local connection between two people sitting isolated in Faraday cage-like rooms at two different locations. Yeah, okay. So I think I actually had some study like that. I'm not actually sure if I loaded it up. I think I just posted it to Daryl, who I was very sad didn't reply, because it was the Vance channel where you're just supposed to I don't want to say shit all over people all the time, but you go to that channel and you're expecting disrespect and claims of allegations of high levels of stupidity. Let's see if I've got this coming up. Great. Take it with a grain of salt. Who knows, right? Like where the stuff's going, but having some experience with dependent arising, entanglement is a vastly more accurate description than the null hypothesis for the state of affairs in advance of our interfering with them. So it's I think it's really hard to get your head around the notion that space and time are simulated on an ongoing basis. So I think it's one of those logics where you just have to think about it long enough that you surmise the impossibility of the contrary. Like, oh yeah, it seems really crazy that space and time are simulated on an ongoing basis, but now that I realize what that actually means, it's actually not that crazy, because really all it's saying is that matter has intrinsic motion, and that intrinsic motion has dimensions, quote unquote. One of them is space, one of them is time, one of them is temperature, mass, charge, and good night, and I will. So yeah, it's important to understand that space and time don't have a I don't know, an independent essence or substantial, an enduring substance, because they are the things that are at the end of the causal chain. So it seems completely crazy that space and time don't have as much existence as anything else, but then you think about it from this other perspective, that what's our consciousness doing? It's creating simulation of separation with everything else, so that's going to maybe create a separate understanding of what's fundamental. So maybe it's inverting the perceived fundamental thing. It's actually something else, but it sure seems like it's space and time. Like, it's obviously true that space and time matter in the material sense. So that's important to realize, that it's not about what seems real or what. It's kind of about reconciling what seems real and what is real. So the logic is, it makes our subjectivity makes it seem like space and time are flat, and it takes energy to do that, and that's the principal occupation of our energetic pathways in consciousness. So it's another way of rephrasing, well, what we're doing is fundamentally a thermodynamic process, but there's different ways to express it, because thermodynamics is just a truism about heat expansion. And what's heat? Well, it's connected to temperature. What's temperature? Always this thing is connected to the other four. Mark says space is scarier than time. I think there are a lot of concepts, there's a class of concepts that if you think about them in a certain way, they become overwhelming. Like here's one like time. The idea of permanent time or eternal time or non-eternal time, those are both horrifying. They're both so scary. Like if time's going on forever, it's like there's this stuckness to it that's just really kind of unnerving. But then if it stops, it's like it's over and the plug's just gonna be pulled somehow. Like it's just they both sound so scarier. So much scary. But then yeah, I guess the sense in which space can be scary is I guess the floating away from Earth forever sensation. That it's ending, but that the end is kind of drawn out forever. Under says a word, even the word has separate letters. There's more fundamental substrate of reality, which the word's a part of. Indra's net, whereas interconnectedness comes in. Yeah, so this is where you have to have conversations about what's the precedent here, because there's a claim about fundamental things, right? Like the where does structure emerge? And I don't think we should look at this as like we have to look at ancient religions to adjudicate about metaphysics. Like, no, let's understand what was actually being said, okay? And then understand, you can try out the different variations, but realize that there's a precedent. Like, there's a precedent for having a hierarchy where at the bottom of the hierarchy or at the top or at the start or whatever, the beginning of the emergence layers, that it has no properties. Now, why? Now, I can't prove that to you logically because it's not really a logical proof because you have to, like, basically show that every possibility that doesn't preclude fundamental properties is going to cause problems. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. But I don't want to be just constantly referencing ancient religion stuff. I want it to be to a very minimum where it's like, I'm just drawing the line here because I don't need to talk about emptiness past a certain point because there's like already so much said in perfectly accessible literature, which, theoretically we will get at some time. Skywork says, is psychic phenomena experiences of the psyche, or are you claiming something supernatural? No, I'm not claiming anything supernatural. I'm saying everything's perfectly natural. It's just that nature's not very well understood. So when something is possible but almost never actualized, when it does get actualized, it's like seems supernatural, but it's like, no, it's just, it wouldn't be that unusual if everybody had transcendental knowledge of consciousness, but they don't, because to get to that point requires a tremendous amount of training. So most people don't do the maximum amount of training they possibly could at all times, all day, every day. Some people couldn't fathom the concept of never going dark, just to help people think better. It's not religion, it's simply graph theory. Gee, where have I heard that before? Like, I could argue that math is religious on the basis of its metaphysical structure. I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say, like, we shouldn't be thinking about trying to obliterate metaphysics. We should be thinking about how many degrees of how many times do metaphysical assertions need to be recursively asserted, and is it necessary to recursively assert all this stuff all these times, and under what conditions are the reassertions minimized, because in that case we can actually start to like really zero in on the concept procedurally. So yeah, I guess that's where I'm at, but this diagram is probably necessary because I need to let people know how I'm thinking about language. So I guess I got over a bit of a tangent there, but I'm super happy that I didn't delve too deep into anything too complex, because I think maybe the theme here should be conventional versus absolute truth, and how science is kind of a method to start to build doctrines towards something like the absolute truths of stuff like Buddhism. But like one of the tenets of those doctrines is that the absolute truths aren't language apt. So I wouldn't want to convey that. So I just feel like I can't even get past that because it sounds like a contradiction. It's like you're going to use language to talk about stuff that they say in the doctrine can't be explained in language. And it's like, well, the thing is that that's already happening on a level of math. That's already happening on a level of physics. There's already tons and tons of quote unquote like direct metaphysical interpretations happening in a similar theoretical level. Under says it's risky to use religious terms because there's so many interpretations. Okay, you understand that. That's well, and see, in my understanding, religion is more fundamental than secularness. So, in my understanding, you'd actually have less chances of a misunderstanding by using religious terms because more people can relate to them. I'm not saying I'm using that exact implementation of logic. I'm just saying you kind of got to be careful with making assumptions that objectivity or being logical or being secular that's necessarily better because you see that there's like a certain theological in the bad way obstinance that comes out of that is not open-minded in the way that you literally need to be open-minded just to stay aware of the evolution and knowledge, and also, you know, as you get more advanced, like through knowledge and stuff, like other people become more important because they're repositories of composite knowledge. There's really no substitute for that. So I guess I'll wrap it up and get back to work and hopefully have something that's a little bit more sequential next time. I realize this like looks like some sort of horrifying slime mold diagram. It's so big, but we'll see. And oh yeah, I guess I better end the poll before we go. Thanks for everyone who's tuned in all the way to the end. I'm touched. All right. I am really glad that the audience thinks friendship is awesome, mostly. And those who thought it's for suckers, I hope that you are able to enjoy friendship sometime, if that's what you would like. And I'll say bye for now. We'll talk to everyone next